Everyone, it's Jen with Timeline Tarot. This is a quick little bonus love reading for you. In this reading, we're going to take a look at you specifically, not your partner. They may or may not come up in a reading, either a past person, a current person, or if you're completely single, maybe even a future person. But the goal of this particular reading is to see what blocks or challenges you may have in your connections, particularly your romantic ones, and then see what advice the divine or the universe, source, whatever you wish to call it, has for you. Keep in mind, it's a collective general reading. It is not individualized or personalized to you, and therefore it's quite possible that the messages that come through today won't fully resonate. And if that happens, please don't get upset. It just means that that particular message is for another individual of your sign. I've set the intentions here to be for your sun, moon, rising, as well as your Venus placements. You can look at one or all, or maybe even another placement that you regularly follow. If you're not sure what your placements are, also pinned in the comment section, you'll find the timestamps to this reading. I'll also provide you with a link to a website where you can obtain your free birth chart. Take a look at that. You can download it. It's yours to keep forever and ever. And then you can just come back here and click on the timestamp for the respective placement or placements that you wish to view. With all that said, let's begin. Tapping into the Aries collective now for all placements. What are the blocks and challenges for Aries when it comes to their romantic connections? Blocks and challenges for Aries. One more shuffle. Thank you. Aries, we have not my type. So you may, and again, if please, this reading is specifically intended to help us all grow, right? Particularly when it comes to our romantic relationship. So for the Aries collective that I've tapped into, you tend to be drawn to a very specific kind of person, or at least that's been the pattern in the past. Whether it's a physical trait you look for, emotional trait, they have to be over 6 foot tall, or they have to be whatever, ethnicity, and this is kind of telling you that it's possible that your actual divine soulmate or counterpart, the relationship that can really go the difference or can go the distance, might actually be an individual who's quite different than you, someone who is not your usual dating type. Maybe you typically date blue collar individuals. This might be telling you, well, actually look into a white collar, look into maybe a business owner or something like that. Or maybe the 5'9" individual will treat you even better than the person who is 6'2", or vice versa. So it says to be open to different types of people because you may be surprised at who you find. Bottom of the deck, we have ambivalent. The ambivalent card talks about you say you want a lover, but you're not all in. And you take time to figure out what you want in a connection. That may very well have been the case for you, a pattern in your romantic relationships, because you're drawn to a particular type of individual, and that scope is so narrow that you get what you want, but then you're not sure you want it. So it's quite possible here for the Aries collective, again, just a group that I've tapped in, maybe the relationship that really goes the distance is someone who's a little bit different than you. If you're currently in a relationship, this part of the reading will be for you. And if you're not, this very well could be about a past person, or maybe even if you're totally single, a future person. So I want you to take this portion of the reading, how you see fit. It'll be different for each of you. So tapping into the Aries collective now. What can you tell me about their current romantic relationship or their future one? For the Aries collective, one more shuffle. Thank you. We have balance. Juggling too many things at once, find time for yourself. And bottom of the deck, we have confession. Releasing a secret, pursuing virtue through honesty. So some of you may have a confession that you need to make in regards to a love connection. It's quite possible that you are not, again, if this resonates with you, take it. Otherwise, please don't force it. But it's quite possible that you are stretched too thin with other responsibilities in your life, that it's difficult, or maybe you have found this to be, in the past. You may have found yourself to be too consumed by other responsibilities that you really don't have the time for a full-blown relationship. For others of you, you could be in one connection and possibly juggling another, because the word juggling is here, and then I do have the confession card. It's quite possible you know, at the core of you, you want to make a confession that you really don't want to be in relationship A because you'd rather be in relationship B, or vice versa. So let's see where tarot takes us. We're going to do a simple 6-card spread here. What else does Aries need to know about their romantic relationship? One more shuffle. Thank you. Aries, we have the 9 of Wands in the upright, to the Strength card in the upright, to the World card in the upright, to the 3 of Cups in the upright. Might be a little juggling there. To the King of Swords in the upright, and then the 5 of Cups in the upright. Bottom of the deck, we have the 3 of Wands. If you're currently in a relationship, Aries, and if you're not, this very well could be your past relationship. I feel like it's a struggle for you to exist, either in your last relationship or the one that you're in right now. It's a struggle to exist within it. You've been very wounded by what has transpired here. It's possible with that not my type, because this is clarifying the not my type and the ambivalent card. It's possible that, you know, it takes you, that it's a pattern, right? Where you end up with individuals where you think it's really going to go the distance, or this is my lifetime partner. And then you realize the relationship begins to struggle and is a challenge. So if this is resonating for you, Aries, my heart really goes out to you, because that's really difficult to go from one partner or another, you know, one after another over the course of a lifetime, thinking this is it. And then it's like, that's not it. And this is it. And that's not it. So I think for a lot of you, the pattern is you might be too zoned in on a particular type of person, as opposed to kind of surrendering to the universe and saying, just bring me my person, the person that's meant for me. And I'm not going to have any prejudice towards who or what they are. And if you're single, that may be the route you want to take in respect to manifesting a particular partner. Again, instead of saying, bring me someone who's 5'5" or 6'2", or, you know, whatever, blonde hair, blue eyes, black hair, brown eyes, instead of getting very specific, manifest in a way of just, can you, you know, divine or source, whatever you call it. I'd really like to manifest. I would really like to have an individual in my life where I can go the distance. We can build and grow together and accept one another in a state of unconditional love and acceptance. You might discover that that person is not your type. And then maybe then it doesn't take you a lot of strength, right, to exist within it. Maybe at that point you're not ambivalent. You meet that individual and you're like, yeah, that's who I want to spend the rest of my life with. I can't believe I spent so much time on this person, this person, this person, who all kind of looked like the same person or had the same personality in a different meat suit. And really what I should have been looking for is this kind of person. So, you know, think about that, for as particularly for those of you who are single and you're looking to manifest a partner. Instead of manifesting a particular type, just manifest for a divine being. Then we have the Balance card. And the Balance card is clarified by the World card, and the Confession card is clarified by the 3 of Cups. I think for some of you, you may have multiple lovers. You could have 2 people, or, you know, this, because this card is showing 2 cups or 3 cups of love. So with the Balance card, with the juggling too many things at once, and it's time for you to find yourself, or you need to find time for yourself. I think that's what a lot of you are coming to the conclusion to. And we've seen this in some of your readings where you want to walk away from something. And it doesn't always mean you want to walk away from a relationship or a connection. It could mean I want to walk away from a series of responsibilities in my life that eat up so much of my time that there's no time left for me. And so I feel for a lot of you, you're closing the chapter on that so you can recalibrate, so you can rebalance yourself. So I'm getting an image right now of like someone trimming a tree, like a tree trimming service. I don't know why I just got that, but it's like I kind of have to cut off some of the dead branches, right? The responsibilities I have, which maybe at one time were fruitful, but now they're just dead branches on a tree, and they're really just kind of sucking up my nutrients. And so I kind of need to sever ties with those limbs, right? Cut those limbs off so the rest of the tree being you, can survive and thrive. So I feel like there is a closing out of a cycle or cycles or responsibilities, something like that. And it's your way of restoring balance. The 3 of Cups to the Confession card, it says releasing a secret and pursuing virtue through honesty. Well, for some of you, it's quite possible that you have more than one cup of love. You could find yourself in the near future confessing this to one person. Maybe you feel like you really are an honest individual. However, keeping the secret of this additional cup or cups makes you not a very virtuous one. And so perhaps in that recalibration of like closing out a cycle, maybe what you are closing out is another connection or multiple connections. So you really can just stay focused on one. In the near future, I do see the King of Swords to the Five of Cups. So again, I do feel like this is you in your energy and your power here as the King of Swords. I feel like this is very clear thinking. This is truth. This is authenticity. This is virtue. This is honesty. And so I feel like although you may be grappling with this confession right now, you understand that releasing this secret and whatever that means to you, it's different for all of you. It doesn't have to be third party. Take it how it resonates. It could just be, I don't want to be in this relationship anymore. I want to be single. It could be the other way around also. Hey, I've spent a lot of time with you. I've dated a lot of people, but you're so unlike anyone that I've been with or that I'm currently with, that I just want to be with you. So again, take these messages how they resonate, but you're clearly leaving something behind, because in the near future, and I want to say this is coming up really quick for you, like within the next couple of weeks. It could even be this week, because we do have a full moon in Taurus on the 15th. And this for me is always like immediate, you know, regardless of, I don't look at these particular cards here, don't give me any timing in this kind of spread. So I just feel like in the very near future, you're going to be very clear thinking with this King of Swords energy. And yes, making the decision to walk away from something or someone. Is there loss and regret that you can no longer tend to that responsibility or that connection? Yes. But in an effort to live a virtuous life and to be honest, you're looking into the future and making a determination of who you want to be and who you want to be with. And that might come with some goodbyes, but it does look like it is something that you're prepared to do. And again, if you're not prepared to do it just yet, you will be prepared in the near future. You know, that balance card was clarified by the World card, and the World card usually does signify endings and a new chapter of your life beginning. So that's what I have for you, Aries, at this time. I hope that wasn't too much of a trigger warning. Again, this reading was just intended to help all of us grow. So if you found it to be helpful or hopeful, please click like, share, and subscribe. If it didn't, you're more than welcome, my dear, to check one of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. But if this is where we part for now, I wish you a lot of luck with this, what looks like a transformation and a recalibration of your life. And until I read for you again, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Taurus, my dear. Let's see what we have for you now. This particular reading, Taurus, we're looking at your blocks and challenges in your connections, particularly your romantic connections. Could be a little bit of a trigger warning. I'm kind of giving that notice to all the signs before I read for them. So just take what fits and leave what doesn't. Please don't force a message if you intuitively feel that it's not yours. So tapping into the Taurian collective now, all placements at this time. What are the blocks and challenges for Taurus in their relationships? We have love sucks. Whoa. Okay. Give me a second card here from the bottom of the deck. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have criticizing. Oh boy. So Taurus, and again, don't force a message. Just take it how it resonates. For some of you with the love sucks card, it could mean that you've stopped believing in love, whether that's because of past hurts that you have encountered, people leaving you, making you feel like you were in lack when really you weren't, but that's kind of the feeling that you absorbed, feelings of abandonment. This could be because of a pattern of relationships that ended, that, you know, the endings weren't on your terms, meaning you may have had a series of lovers in your life kind of end the connections with you, and that sort of has left you feeling like love doesn't exist, or if it does, it's not meant for me. The card is encouraging you to let yourself heal so that you can open up your heart chakra and you can be open to love again. So I feel for a lot of you, again, whether it's because of past traumas or maybe a current relationship you're in that's ending, or maybe it's slow death is the kind of feeling we've been seeing in some of your readings for the past couple of months. you could be in this state. It's giving me very much the energy of Five of Pentacles, like feeling abandoned or feeling in lack or feeling not good enough, or that what you want, that ultimate Ten of Pentacles, the happily ever after, doesn't exist for you. And if you are feeling that way, I want to tell you that it does exist for you. It does exist for all of us. So please take time to heal your mind and your heart, so you can be open to love again. We do then have at the bottom of the deck was the criticizing card. Now, I was married to a Taurus for 24 years, and he's still one of my good friends, so I never found this trait in him. My best friend is a Taurus, but maybe you'll be able to resonate with this. I don't know. But it says criticizing your partner is driving them away. Focus on their good qualities. So it's possible in past or current relationships, Taurus, you have been overly critical of your partner. And that could be because you engaged in relationships or partnerships with individuals who were either not on your frequency, they were not a vibrational match, they didn't want the same thing. Maybe you wanted to settle down, maybe they wanted to play the field, or vice versa. And so in that respect, I mean, this could even be like different political beliefs, different religious beliefs. So there could be an over criticizing of your partner, either in the past or in the current state, at the current time, that has driven them away or is driving them away, because instead of focusing on their good qualities, you focus more on the differences between the two of you. And you very well have the right to do that. I'm certainly not telling you to tolerate behavior that, is not something you would condone or anything like that. But then in those respects, then you would need to end those relationships, right? As opposed to criticizing the person over and over again until they just decide to walk away. And then that might leave you in that love sucks feeling, right? Because it's like, oh, another one bites the dust. But maybe they're biting the dust because you're over criticizing them, because originally you're entering connections or partnerships with people who don't really want the same thing that you want, or don't have the same shared values, or don't have the same goals for a partnership. So I feel for some of you, this could be a pattern. Let's look into your current relationship now. If you're completely single, Taurus, this very well could be a past relationship or your future. I'm going to leave it up to you to decide. If you feel like this is not a match for a past or current relationship, then it very well then would be your next relationship. Let's see what we have, and then we'll get into tarot. Tapping into the Taurian Collective, what can you tell me about their current or future relationship? One more shuffle. Thank you. Taurus, we have acceptance. Accept past and current situations and work through issues gracefully. And bottom of the deck, we have leap of faith. Taking a risk, stepping into the beauty of the unknown. Some of you could be in a connection right now that is waffling, whether it's because you've over criticized your person, again, not blaming you at all, but over criticizing them because you've entered into a connection where the two of you were not on the same page, or you grew apart, or something changed within the connection and now you're no longer a vibrational match, or no longer want the same things. And so I do see here for you, there is an acceptance here, that you're just accepting past and current situations for what they are, and you're looking to work through the issues gracefully. Now, with that being clarified by the leap of faith card, and it's taking a risk to step into the unknown, I feel like a lot of you are just accepting that this relationship is no longer working, if you're currently in one, and you're taking steps almost covertly to exit the relationship and to take a leap of faith to see what else is out there for you. Let's get into tarot now, Taurus. Tapping into the Taurian Collective now. What can you tell Taurus about their romantic love life? And I know some of these messages could be a trigger warning, but they really are intended to help us better reflect on how we show up in a relationship, so we can have better, either enhance the love relationship we're currently in, or be a better love partner in our next or future relationship. 6 cards now, please, for the Taurian Collective regarding their love life. One more shuffle. Thank you. Taurus, we have the King of Wands in the upright, the Two of Wands in the upright, the Death card in the upright. I did say some of you were leaving. The Three of Pentacles, that would be like a starting over card. That's clarifying the leap of faith card. And then in the near future, you have the Strength card. to the Ten of Swords. Yeah, bottom of the deck, Six of Swords, moving away. So Taurus, I feel like if you're currently in a relationship, that love sucks card is being clarified by the King of Wands. This could be an Aries, Leo, Sag that you're involved with. Doesn't necessarily have to be. If you're completely single, this very well then could be a past person where there was a magnetic attraction to this individual. You liked the way they looked. You liked the way they smelled. If you were intimate, you liked the way they felt. This could be a business owner, an entrepreneur. This is someone who thinks differently. They could be a bit eccentric in their dress or style. This is an individual who can be very charismatic, right? And it could be Queen of Wands. I don't read body parts, but this individual is someone who walks in the room and they kind of suck up all the energy in it because everyone's attention focuses to them. It's like the life of the party person. So for some of you, that could have been like a classic type in the past or maybe even currently that you are attracted to. However, it's not like a long-term partner material for some of you. And I think that might be a pattern you're realizing in this. And you might not be realizing it at this moment. I think it comes with healing that I'm not attracted or I'm not drawing in people who have the same relationship goals as me. I'm going after looks or how successful are they? You know, how do they smell? What kind of car they drive? Like more exterior parts to a human as opposed to the interior. And so, yeah, for some of you, that could lead you to overly criticizing your partner because they're at the end of the day really not what you want in a partner. They look like what you want in a partner, but on the interior, they don't have the same values or wants or needs as you do. So I feel like, you know, if you're currently in a relationship, you're beginning to turn your back to the past. There's two wands in this deck, and the one behind this individual is tethered to the castle wall. They're turning their back to it. Instead, they're looking out into the future. In one hand, they have the Ace of Wands, which is the minor arcana card to the Fool card, which is that leap of faith that we see there. And they're in the other hand, they're holding the globe, which is like, I've got the world in my hand. I can go anywhere. I know that what I want is out there. And you're absolutely right. Somewhere on the planet is someone out there for you. There's someone out there for all of us in terms of a long-term connection. And so I feel for a lot of you, this is something you're beginning to contemplate because this is, the twos in tarot are decisions for the most part. And this is sort of like you're currently making a decision. I feel like if you look at this, it's almost like the King of Wands has their back turned towards you. So if this is a past person or a current person, it's like they have their back turned towards you. And meanwhile, you're looking at them holding that globe and the Ace of Wands and like, are you my future? Because I'm not sure you are. So there's almost like you're looking at them while they're looking at someone else or something else. It's like their focus isn't on you, but your focus is on them. And your focus on them is more like, are you my whole world? Can you give me the whole world? Can we have the whole world together? The acceptance card here, accept the past and current situations and work through issues gracefully, was clarified by the death card. We are in Scorpio season and this is Scorpionic energy. So I feel for a lot of you, this is, if you're in a current relationship, this is all happening right now. I think you're realizing that this has to come to an end or has to radically transform. I'm not quite sure how you're going to radically transform an individual who's on a completely different page than you. And that might be why you're sitting in this love sucks energy. And again, this could be a past relationship as well. There's a leap of faith card here. It says taking a risk and stepping into the beauty of the unknown. And that's clarified by the Three of Pentacles. So I feel like this is very early stages. You beginning to work on a foundation elsewhere. Or at least having the hope that if I look out there in the world, I might be able to find someone else that I can build with. For some of you, you're rebuilding your life to leave this connection, or you feel the impending doom within you that this relationship is coming to an end. And so you're looking to reestablish yourself elsewhere. For others of you, that Three of Pentacles to the leap of faith, you could be in a relationship now, but starting to look at other prospects, putting the work in to look at other prospects that might be more suited for you. In the immediate future, I have the strength to the Ten of Swords. Tens in tarot are endings. So I feel like this is coming to an end. Bottom of the deck, we have the Six of Swords clarified by the Magician. So I think for a lot of you, this connection is coming to an end if you're currently in one. I think it's a painful ending. I don't think it's an ending that you've wanted. I think you've tried using a lot of courage and strength to resist the ending. But with the Death card to the Three of Pentacles, you're realizing it's going to happen. I'm not sure though, Taurus, if you're the one initiating it or if it's your person. I just know that it is ending. And this is your energy here moving away from the Five of Swords, from the conflict, from the bickering. Because I feel like with this criticizing card, there has been some arguments, heated arguments here about your differences, whatever they may be. And so that's what precedes the Six of Swords. So that's followed by, Five of Swords precedes the Six of Swords. So now in the Six of Swords energy, it's like I'm moving forward. And with the Magician card and the Three of Pentacles, if you live with this person, you could be now trying to manifest or find another place where to live. Or maybe you are married to this person, but you don't have your own income. This could be you like entry level, finding a job or trying to manifest a job or trying to manifest the money you need to move away from this person. And for others of you, you're already beginning to manifest a lover. Like if you're dating this person and you're realizing it's not working out, you're already manifesting someone new. Even though, and it's weird because it's happening like at the same time while you're grieving that loss, you're moving towards another connection, whether you already know of its existence or not. You just know that you can find better. And that doesn't mean that this person isn't a great person, cross watcher. It just means that you just know that there's a better suited individual. And like I said, for some of you, this could be a past relationship as well. And maybe the one you're in now is everything you've ever wanted, right? Maybe now you're sitting in a relationship where love doesn't suck. So for some of you, this very well could be a past relationship. But if it's your current relationship, there are steps here that you can take, and it looks like it's going to require a significant amount of healing, because I feel like it's an ending that, although you know it's inevitable, you have really tried resisting it. And that's pretty common for Tauruses in general. Every sign has positive and negative traits. Positive trait to Taurus is you're incredibly loyal, but that loyalty can become stubbornness and could also become possessiveness. Some Taurians don't want to leave a connection because that's my person, right? I don't want that person to be with any other person. So it almost becomes like an obsession. And that's where that negative trait of stubbornness steps in. Like, nope, I'm not letting them go. If they want to leave, they can leave on their own accord. And that might also be why love sucks, because maybe some of you hold on to connections that really no longer serve you long past their expiration date. That then creates resentment with you. You start criticizing. Now you're fighting with the person over, do we get Chinese or Italian food tonight? Or you're fighting with them about politics or religious beliefs. Things that you normally would not argue with them about, but it all comes from this deep-seated feeling within you of resentment because the relationship is not moving in the direction that you want it to. But that's because you are with a partner that doesn't want what you want. And maybe you thought in the beginning of the connection you can change them. That's quite possible. Or you thought that they would just morph and change and you would eventually get on the same page. So again, could be a little bit of a trigger warning, Taurus, but these readings really are intended to help all of us grow so we can either become a better partner in a current connection or the best version of ourselves in a romantic connection in the future. So that's what I have for you, Taurus. If that message did not resonate with you at all, my love, that's okay. You're welcome to check one of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, perhaps even Venus. But if it did resonate with you, or maybe you just found it to be helpful or hopeful, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, Taurus, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Hello, Gemini twin gang. I'm going to give you the same warning I've given everyone else. This could be a little bit of a trigger warning. We're looking at us, because I'm a Gemini sun. We're looking at blocks and challenges that we may face in our romantic connections so we can learn from them and we can either become a better partner in our current connection or in our next romantic connection. So don't take offense to any of this, okay? Tapping into the Geminian, I don't know why I like that word. I don't even know if that's legit, but tapping into the Geminian collective. What are the blocks and challenges for Gemini in their romantic connections? Blocks and challenges for Gemini. One more shuffle. Thank you. Gemini, we have insecurities And bottom of the deck, my love, we have being guarded. So, Gemini, there's a need here, whether you're currently in a relationship or not, there's a need here for you to work on building your confidence, particularly in your romantic connections. So you can get to a place where you feel safe within them. This is going to be a little bit of a trigger warning because I just have to tell you the messages that come through for me. And again, if they're not your message, please don't force them. Just take what resonates. But I've tapped into a group of Geminis who at some point could be a childhood wound or could be wounds from past romantic relationships you've been in. But these insecurities are rooted in the fear of abandonment. Now, I don't know, maybe some of you were abandoned along the way. You may have had connections abruptly end on you, or a connection where you thought things were going well and you loved the person, and then one day they just ghost you. This could go as far back as childhood. You may have had an absentee parent or parents. You could have been raised by guardians or other individuals who didn't, maybe they came in and out of your life or they were inconsistent. You could have been adopted or fostered, and maybe there are feelings rooted deep within you about abandonment of your biological family. But there's definitely an insecurity here, like a very much like a, almost like a 5 of Cups / 5 of Pentacles feeling, like you get into a relationship and even at its peak when it's going well, you're constantly in this state of, if I enjoy this too much, I know it's going to go wrong. Like I can't allow myself to enjoy it because that's when it all goes wrong. And that could be based on patterns of your past relationships, but it's something you need to heal within yourself because you're already prematurely entering a relationship. And even when it's at its best, at its height in the beginning, which most connections are at their best in the beginning, you're already thinking this isn't going to last. So you're already going in with a lack mentality, or this person's too good to be true. You're already judging them. Again, based on past hurts or connections or abandonment issues that you experience. So there's a need here to work on you building your confidence, whether you're in a connection or not, so you can be emotionally independent of it, whether you're in it or not. Like your self-confidence and self-worth and self-esteem should never be determined by whether or not you're in a connection or the health of that connection. That stuff resides within you. And I think some of us have to learn that. And if we can build that confidence within ourselves, then really any connection we get into, even if it's platonic, we're going to feel a lot more comfortable and safe to be vulnerable and be ourselves. I think a lot of you the message I'm getting is like you may hold yourselves back in a relationship. Again, it's this feeling like, well, if I go all in, and I've got, no F's to give, right? I shouldn't say no F's to give, but like, I'm not going to worry about anything because I'm really happy and I'm going to allow myself to be happy. There's a part of you that's like, whoa, 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 Gemini. Last time you did this, she left you. Last time you did this, he left you. Kind of that feeling. So there's deep-rooted hurt here based on some relationship that took place in your life, whether it goes all the way back to childhood. It could be childhood and adulthood, right? You may have carried those childhood wounds into your relationships and it developed a pattern where you became engaged with or attached to individuals that you ignored the red flags you wanted, because you were hoping that they were not going to be like mom or they were not going to be like dad. Going deep on this one, Gemini. And then we have being guarded. You are lonely because you may be too aloof. You have to trust others and let them into your heart. So you can see here this person's arms are crossed. It's kind of giving me the feeling of like 2 of Swords, which I know is a sword card, right? It's in the sword suit, but it's a very wardery, right, sword suit card if you've ever seen it in tarot. So and typically in the like Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck and a lot of the other decks have incorporated that type of imagery where the individual is kind of alone. It looks like a beach. There's a tremendous amount of water behind them and the person's arms are crossed. Yes, does that card mean indecision? It could also mean blocking out emotions, because water in tarot is represented by cups, and cups are love, they're emotions. So some of you allow your insecurities to get the better of you. And so you're already entering your connections being guarded because you're just waiting for that person to mess up. And when they're too good to be true, you try finding something wrong with them because there was something wrong with everyone else that you were with. I told you it could be a little bit of a trigger warning. So it looks like there's a lot of healing that's needed here for the Gemini collective. in terms of working on their own insecurities. Now, if you're currently in a connection, this portion of the reading will be for you. If not, it very well could be about a past relationship or maybe even a future one, like if you don't correct these issues. Let's just see what comes out, okay? Tapping into the Gemini collective, what can you tell me now about their current relationship or their next relationship? For the Gemini collective, one more shuffle. Thank you. We have strength, determination, perseverance, and self-discovery. So some of you, maybe because of this reading, I don't know, or you could have been thinking about this for quite some time. I picked up the decisions card and I wasn't supposed to do that, but now I have to keep it because there are no accidents in tarot. What I wanted was the bottom of the deck, which was wisdom. Well, now I can see why I accidentally pulled 3 cards instead of 2. Okay, Gemini, you're going to get a little bit extra of a reading. Of course, you're a twin sign, so I have to accommodate both of your personalities. I'm kidding. Please don't get upset. Please don't get upset at that. So, Gemini, I feel like with the Strength card, the self-discovery, whether it's through this reading or maybe things that you've thought about in the past, but maybe you didn't really invest a lot of time into it. Maybe now you kind of get into hermit mode a little bit where you decide, yeah, I really have to go within, right? I call that the Gandalf of tarot. Like you're going into the cave and it's a quest of self-exploration. Why do I have these insecurities? What are they rooted in? And let me fight those demons. And if it goes back to childhood, whether you're doing it through therapy, which I did for 18 months after I left my marriage, or if you just do it because you're looking at self-help and online stuff, which is, they're all great resources out there. So take what you can afford or, do what's best for you. But even if you're just sitting by yourself and you're journaling and writing out these past things, there might be a part of you that when you're healing that inner child wound is kind of telling that inner child now. It's like the need for the adult you to tell the inner child you, it's okay now. It's okay now. I know so-and-so did this and this to you. I learned that in therapy. And it's almost like having a conversation with your inner child. And I know that this happened. And then I know then growing up, I then allowed this and this as an adult. But I'm a more aware person now, right? Because I've gone through this journey, this dark night of a soul, if you will, of quest for self-discovery. And now moving forward, I'm going to make better decisions and I'm not going to allow anyone to hurt you again. But I am going to teach you to trust and love again. There's a need here, Gemini, that deep inside of you, there's a kid in you that's afraid to love. Again, if it's not your message, just check one of your other placements. So the decision here says the need to gain clarity through decision making. Now, for some of you, this is a decision to really do some dark night of the soul, right? Which is tough because that can bring you to your knees emotionally. But there's a need here for you to have the strength to do that if you're resonating with that first message. For others of you, you might have to make a decision between 2 lovers. You might have to make a decision about whether you want to stay single or enter a connection, or if you're in a connection, do you want to stay in it or do you want to leave? Some of you stay in a relationship you don't really want to be in because of your own insecurities where you don't think you can find better. So what I like about this is that last card that came out was the wisdom card. So it's knowledge gained through experiences from a wise counselor. And again, that could be a therapist. That could be, I don't want to call myself a wise counselor. I'm not, but some other book knowledge, someone else that you're either connecting with online, someone that can help you on your journey here. But I feel like the wise counselor is you. I think you know all of this already. You may not have wanted to acknowledge it. I think this is Dorothy at the end of the Wizard of Oz. You had the potential, you had the power all along, to go back home. I think that's your wisdom, Gemini. I think you are the wise counselor. And I think going through this bit of a dark night of a soul for however long it may take some of you to go through, I think you come out wiser. I think you do become the hermit. I think you do become the Gandalf of tarot. And in that respect, when the hermit comes out of the cave, so to speak, he's holding, I say he because there's a gentleman on the card, but regardless of your gender, he's holding a lantern, and inside the lantern is the star from the star card, which is all about hope and healing. So I really feel like that's your journey if you choose to do that, Gemini. And if you're in a current connection, I think that strengthens the current connection tremendously. And if you're single, I think if you can do this before you enter your next relationship, I think your next relationship is going to be just absolutely magnificent, because you're not going to settle for people. And when the times are good, when the relationship is good, you're just going to enjoy them, as opposed to waiting for the other shoe to drop or being hypercritical of your person because they're going to leave me now. Are they going to leave me now? It's like a constant need of assurance or reassurance. So there could be that, a need here for you to heal that, so you can gain this clarity and wisdom, so you can make maybe better decisions and partners in the future. All right, let's see where we go with tarot here. 8 of Swords, that's like beginning stages of Dark Night of the Soul. So maybe this reading is going to, will give you a lot of things to contemplate or think about. I don't know. All right, Gemini, let's begin clarifying these cards for you now. I'm going to take 7 of them, or yeah, I'm going to have to take an extra card here. So we'll do 7 cards now instead of our typical 6. Of course, for Gemini, they get an extra one. 7 cards, please, for Gemini regarding their current relationship or a past, or their next relationship. For the Gemini collective, one more shuffle. Thank you. Gemini, the Fool in the upright. 3 of Swords in the upright. That was being guarded. Strength is clarified by the Emperor. Wow. Decisions clarified by 3 of Wands. I can't believe how your cards are lining up, Gemini. I'm actually excited for you. Wisdom clarified by 2 of Wands. Gemini, you're going to make me cry. And the immediate future, Page of Wands and the Strength card. I love this. Bottom of the deck, we have 7 of Swords to the 6 of Cups. I know I don't want to sound like a broken record, because I watch tarot on YouTube too, and I totally dislike when the person spends like 35 minutes repeating the same 2 effing sentences. So I don't want to take up too much of your time. But there was deception in the past with past connections. 6 of Cups would be soulmate, soul bond connections that can go back as early as childhood. This could be with siblings, parents, people who raised you. Someone was deceptive in the 7 of Swords energy, and it really marked you as a child. This is an individual who lied. This is the parent who says, I'll see you on Easter, and you don't see them for 6 months. This is the parent who forgets your birthday. This is a parent that maybe at an early age, we get to a place in our life sometimes as a child, and I had this experience, and I'm sure others of you have also, where you don't really understand what it means to be an adult, right? Because you're just being a kid, and you're just enjoying being a kid. And then maybe for some of you, you'll resonate with this. You realize one day that the parent-child role is reversed, and whether you're 5, 10, or 15, you're suddenly the parent in the parent-child relationship, because maybe you have a parent who is an alcoholic, or maybe you have a parent that's consumed with other things, or they're going through their own trials and tribulations, or a divorce, or whatever. Suddenly you're a latchkey kid, or you're taking care of your younger siblings, or literally taking care of a parent. So there could be a part of you, this is going really deep, Gemini, it could be a part of you that feels like your childhood was stolen from you, or there was deception there, or I wasn't allowed to be a child. I had to hold back from being a child because I had to be an adult. It's almost like my childhood was robbed from me. 7 of Swords to the 6 of Cups. For others of you, if you're not resonating with that, you could have in your adult life had one soulmate, soul bond connection. And I believe we have hundreds in our lifetime. They come in all shapes and sizes, some platonic, some romantic, but there could have been deceptive behavior there. And so maybe now intuitively, subconsciously, without even realizing it, you connect with the next soulmate, platonic or romantic, and you're like, I don't know if I can trust this person, because every time I've trusted someone in the past, they've screwed me over in some way. So that's the underlining energy here. And look, Knight of Pentacles, like eventually they'll do it, because they all have done it to me. Slow and steady. They come across as being reliable and dependable, and it always ends up in this. So Gemini, your insecurities, you have the Fool card, and that's a new beginning. Maybe this reading will trigger something in you where you decide you're going to have this new beginning of exploration within yourself. Maybe this reading is helping you, or again, maybe it's something you've thought about for a while, that you are overly guarded in a connection, or your heart chakra is really closed to the connections in your life because of past heartache and trauma. What I like here is you're moving into the energy of the Emperor. The Emperor is all about determination and strength and perseverance. I need to get control of this, of these insecurities, so I can be a better Gemini, which I see you doing in the future. So, you know, if this reading helps you at all, I'm glad that it did. Certainly a bit of an eye-opener for me too. The decisions card is clarified by the Three of Wands, making the decision to heal this and then turn my back on it once and for all. The Three of Wands card is an individual. In the Two of Wands, a person's not sure yet. I don't know if I want to turn my back yet to the past. In the Two of Wands card, which we have here is your next card, the individual has their back turned to an Ace of Wands, but it's an old Ace of Wands. It was the beginning at one time, but now it's tethered to a structure I no longer want to be attached to. And once that person truly makes that determination, that's when they decide, I'm turning my back to the past. So maybe once you go through this process, and the length of time will be different for all of you, but then the decision is made, I need to be more vulnerable and provide myself with the security and inner healing I need so I can be a better balanced Gemini in my current connection or a future connection. And once I come to that realization, I'm turning my back to the past. I'm locking that door with bolts. I've learned all those lessons. There's no need for me to walk into that emotional room over and over again. All it ever does is ruin the current connection I'm in. It's like cheating on your future with your past. So I think for a lot of you, that's a decision that you're making in the near future once you go through this, because then you're wiser. Then you become your own wise counselor. Then you really are in hermit energy. And now it's like, now the world is my oyster. Now I can re-enter the world. Look at this, Page of Wands, minor arcana card to the Fool card. Now I'm ready to discover what else is out there. And notice that this is a page. This is a child. Like the child within you now is healed. It's like the two of you coming together and embarking on a new adventure. This is you, the adult, doing it in the Fool card, making the decision to really tackle these, I don't want to call them inner demons, inner hurts, inner trauma. And by the time you go through this process, the kid in you is healed too. And they're like, yeah, come on, let's do this. I really like this. It's a really deep message for you, Gemini, but I like this. And I like that on the Strength card, this is a depiction from the original Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck. The individual now has tamed the lion. The lion maybe being the demons or the trauma. So through this gentle exercise of nurturing yourself and healing these old wounds and coming out a wise counselor, those demons are now tamed. They're no longer scary or dangerous. You can pry them open and look at them whenever you want and close them back up, kind of like this individual is doing with the lion's mouth on the card. So I really like this for you, Gemini. That's what I have for you. If it did not resonate at all, I'm sorry. I know I went deep there, but you're welcome to check any one of your other placements, maybe Sun, Moon, Rising, or even your Venus. But if it did resonate with you at all, this is a time to begin some serious introspection, take control of our destiny, and make sure that these past hurts and traumas and heartaches don't soil or ruin a current or future connections in our life, romantic connections. Yeah, Four of Cups, Six of Pentacles again. So really interesting energy here. Okay, that's enough about that, Gemini. Time to do the healing work. And for those of you who do, I've been there. It's not easy, but it is so worth it. It is so worth it. And Gemini, you can certainly take this on. So if that message did resonate with you, or you found it to be helpful or maybe even hopeful, please click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, Gemini, I'm wishing you a lot of luck with this journey of self-exploration and healing. And until I read for you again, my love, I'm sending you light, love, and peace. Hello, Cancer. I feel like I have to give you the same trigger warning I'm giving everyone else. These readings can go a little deep, and that's because I'm not looking at what I typically look at, like, well, how do you feel about your person? How do they feel about you? This is tapping into you. So it could be a little bit of a trigger warning. If these messages don't resonate at all, Please don't take offense. I'm not offended. I can only tell you the messages that come through to me. If they resonate and they help you be a better Cancerian in the future, or maybe even in a current connection, great. And if not, just don't take offense. You can just check one of your other placements. Okay, tapping into the Cancerian collective now. All placements. What are the blocks and challenges for Cancer in their romantic relationships? Blocks and challenges for Cancer. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have rejection. And then bottom of the deck, we have not committed. Oh, my love. So the rejection card talks about building your confidence by dating a lot and finding out what people like about you. And the non-committed card says you might always be chasing or being chased in a connection. So this card could, the way I'm reading this a little bit, the messages I'm intuitively picking up is a little bit different than the words written on the cards here. The message that I'm getting here is that, and if, again, could be a little bit of a trigger warning. I'm sorry. The messages are intended to help us be better people, right, in our romantic connections. So if you want a hard one, if you're a Cancerian, Gemini, Cusper, go take a look at that one. I talked about childhood wounds. But anyway, I feel like some of you, the pattern for you, and again, just a group of Cancerians I've tapped into, you become involved with individuals who maybe don't share the same values as you, or who don't have the same long-term goals as you do for a connection. In other words, you could be looking for someone to have your happily ever after with, like a life partner, but instead you are dealt one relationship after another that you're rejected, or you feel rejected by, but it's because you're connecting with individuals who are not as committed to the connection as you are, or not committed to the same long-term goals because they don't share those goals. So the feeling that I'm getting here, and it may not be your story, okay, but you know, I was talking to a friend of mine recently, and we were talking about a mutual friend that we have. And, you know, he was saying, so-and-so can't find anyone. And I said, well, he's looking for a life partner. And he was like, yeah, I know. I said, but all the apps he's on, the dating apps, they're all for hookups. Because we were rattling off different names of apps. I'm not going to mention any of them now, but those were, there are websites and dating apps designed for individuals who are really looking for long term. And they come for people, you know, they're designed for, some sites are designed for individuals in their 20s and 30s. Some of them are designed for seniors, or people who are older, or people who are middle age, or people that are 50 and they're empty nesters. Like, there's such a wide variety. So, you know, it just kind of reminded me of that conversation. Like, yeah, our mutual friend is looking for a long-term connection, and he's so upset that he's constantly like rejected in these connections, but he's not looking in the right places. He's looking on the other kinds of apps that are out there, which are kind of like the hit it and quit it apps. So for some of you, I think that you may have had this, I don't want to call it a pattern, a series of relationships that you may have felt rejected in, like romantic relationships, but it's because either you were not as committed to the relationship as the person was, and then in some instances, you were overly committed and they were not. So it's, again, similar to Taurus, meeting up with people because maybe how they look, or how they sound, or whatever it is, you know, something exterior, and really not kind of picking away at the I don't want to say picking away, really tapping into the individual and having those early conversations about, well, what do you really want out of a long-term connection? Are you even interested in one? That might prevent you from having like a lot of heartbreak in the future, for those of you who are single. And also, I think the message here is, if you're looking for long-term, are you on these long-term dating apps and websites, or are you on the hit it and quit it apps, or vice versa? You know, maybe you're just looking for a good time because you just want to be kind of casual and free right now. You don't want to be tied down, but everyone that you're meeting wants, you know, to throw a ring on and get married. And you're like, whoa, that's not really what I'm interested in. So for some of you, it can just start, it can really start at you, maybe not utilizing the correct resources to find the individual who actually wants what you want. And for some of you, you kind of know that ahead of time, but you don't acknowledge those red flags, or you're hoping the person will change, or they'll fall in love with you enough that they'll want what you want. And then at the end, it ends up not working that way. And there's a feeling here of rejection or neglect or abandonment. We're going to go a little deep on these readings, so please don't get offended at all. That's not the intent of the reading. But if you're still with me now, we're going to take a look before we get into tarot at your current relationship. If you're completely single, this could apply to a past relationship. It might even give you advice for a future connection or your next relationship. So we'll just see whatever comes out and we'll clarify with tarot. Tapping into the Cancerian collective, what can you tell me about their current, past, or future relationship for Cancer? One more shuffle. Thank you. We have evaluation. Feed out what doesn't serve you and reevaluate a situation. And then bottom of the deck, we have communicate. See, receive and express the truth. Again, I feel like that goes back to being in relationships where either you're not committed fully or they're not. There's a difference of commitment levels, or a difference of what you and a counterpart want out of a connection. And so there's this constant feeling of either they're rejecting you or you're rejecting them. And I think for a lot of you, there needs to be an evaluation of this, about, yeah, you know what, maybe I'm not making my intentions known at the beginning of a relationship, or maybe I am looking in the wrong places for a connection. The evaluation here could also be, I have to acknowledge the red flags when I see them and weed out what doesn't serve me. And there's also a need here to communicate effectively what it is that you want in a connection, and to make sure that you receive that communication back from your person, not that you're assuming that they want the same thing that you want, or vice versa. If your person's telling you, I'm looking for ABC, and you know internally you're not, don't stay in it thinking you can change your mind. That's your moment to be honest and communicate, well, I'm not really looking for that. So there's a need here like that, okay, of communication and evaluation in connections. It's amazing, when I started talking about communication, I had this urge to start coughing a lot, like my throat chakra was being closed up. Maybe some of you stay in connections where in the past where you didn't actually communicate what you wanted because you thought, well, if that person knows that I really want ABC and they want XYZ, they're going to just reject me. So there could, maybe there's that need, well, they'll fall in love with me and give me what I want in the long term. See, there's that throat chakra. I feel like some of you don't actually communicate what you want. You either go along with what your partner wants because you're hoping it'll change for them, or they express what they want and you just kind of go along with it. And your silence gives them the hope that you want what they want. So it can work both ways. Tapping into the Cancer Collective, please give me 6 cards now for the Cancerian Collective, all placements regarding their current relationship or a future relationship. Okay, we have the 9 of Swords, which is clarifying the rejection card, the 3 of Cups, non-committed, the Moon card for the evaluation, the Communicate card is clarified by the 2 of Wands, and then near future we have the 8 of Swords to the Page of Pentacles, and bottom of the deck we have 5 of Cups to Ace of Pentacles. I think in the past, and maybe even for some of you currently, there have been or there are a lot of concerns, and a lot of mental energy has been, I don't want to say wasted, has been invested either in the past or currently in a connection you were rejected in, or multiple connections that you felt rejected by. And so, in the past or even presently, this is borderline depression, night terrors, night traumas, insomnia, an inability to really get a good night, like restful sleep. A lot of worry, fear, and concern. Will I always be alone? Will I ever find my person? For some of you, this, the non-committed card was clarified by the 3 of Cups. So for some of you, you could be in the past or now involved in connections where you or your person had other cups of love. One of you were, either were uncommitted in the past or currently is uncommitted in the present time. So in that respect, you could feel like you're, if they have multiple options, I hate calling another human being option, but other relationships, you could feel like you're always trying to chase them down. Like, hey, look at me, right? How do I get this person to notice me out of all these cups of love? How do I get them to commit to me? But I feel like, on the card, it says you must be willing to commit to one person. Cancer, if you're resonating with this portion of the reading, I'm going to be honest with you, you're not going to find anyone to commit to you if you can't commit to yourself. And committing to yourself is doing that evaluation and being really honest with yourself about what you want out of a connection, and then only pursuing individuals who can actually give you that. And so that's like also reevaluating where you're finding these connections. Are you using the right app for whatever it is that you're interested in? The evaluation card, where it says weed out what doesn't serve you and reevaluate the situation, that was clarified by the Moon card. I think there's a lot of fear and anxiety. That goes right back to the Nine of Swords. Because for some of you, if you're currently in a connection like this, where you or your person are not really fully committing, or there's multiple options here, I feel like there's a part of you that doesn't even want to reevaluate it, because you're afraid that if you really give it a good look over, you're going to have to leave it. And even though you would be the one making the decision, there's still a feeling here of, oh, I have to reject that person because they didn't choose me. So in essence, I have been rejected. And there's a fear of that. There's a fear here of abandonment. I think for a lot of you, the nights are the most difficult. Moon card to the Nine of Swords. Both have a very dark background. Obviously, the moon signifies nighttime. So I think for a lot of you, maybe during the day, you keep yourself, active with work or other responsibilities. But I think the nights are the hardest for you. That might be when your brain gets like a second wind. I don't know if you've ever heard that expression. You could be really tired, and then all of a sudden you're like, I know, I'm cleaning the house, right? And it's like, well, where did that second wind come from? It's almost like your body gives itself a shot of espresso coffee and you're on the move. So I think for a lot of you, maybe at night when your brain starts to wind down and you start to relax from the day, that's when your brain kind of takes an extra shot of espresso, to some respect, right? Not figuratively speaking, I mean, not literally. And that's when it starts working overtime about this situation, whether it's in the past or present. The communicate card and receive and express the truth. I feel like for a lot of you, with the Two of Wands card, if you're single and you're out of whatever this was, I feel like maybe it's this reading, or maybe it's just something you've already been in the process of evaluating. Maybe that's why you are Nine of Swords to the Moon card. So for some of you, this reading might trigger you to go into a little bit of hermit energy, not too much, to evaluate all of this. But I feel like either way, whether it's something you've already started doing, or this reading maybe, kicks it into gear for you, I feel like in the future, you will be communicating a lot better. Two of Wands. The world's in your hand. You're holding the Ace of Wands. So in the future, whether you end up, I don't know, this works out for you. That's not the kind of reading I'm doing, but either it works out for you or it doesn't, and you're in the next connection, I just see you being a lot more honest and truthful about what you want out of a connection in the future, whether it's with, that individual or not. So I like that, because there's a lot of growth there that comes from that. For some of you, you have been involved with, or you currently are involved with, an individual where you started as friends, or you met them through your community, or they're a neighbor or something like that. And you've wanted more from the connection, but they kind of have like friend zoned you. So and I'm not saying they use you for intimacy or anything like that, but they're the friends that maybe you do have intimate relationships with. So you feel like there's a really great connection there, right? Because we get along not only in the bedroom, we get along in every other room of the house too. Like I could really see myself with this person, but this person is not at that stage. This person is more in celebratory, whether they have multiple cups of love or not. It's not the Three of Cups is not a solid love offer. It's a fun love offer, but it's not a consistent love offer. So in the near future, I see you in the Eight of Swords to the Page of Pentacles. I feel like this is you evaluating. And I like that there is a reduction here in the stress level. It's like you're conquering. And I wish you could see the cards the way I have them laid out. I'll try to move them down a little more so you can see them. But the Two of Wands, which I think is you as you move into the future, because this is your future placements. This is you looking into the past. It's almost like confronting the fears, anxieties, maybe the third parties, the non-committed relationships you've had. And now that you're moving in the future, it's going to be a lot different because the Eight of Swords is looking back as well. But the Page of Pentacles is looking into the future. So I feel like there's a reduction here as you're processing all of this and evaluating current or former connections. You go from the Nine of Swords to the Eight of Swords, which I like because now it's not keeping you up all night. And this new knowledge that you're going to gain, if you choose to go on that journey, that healing journey, journey of self-exploration. Now when you, in the future, when you do receive a love offer, a date, you're really going to evaluate it now. Because now it's no longer just a cup. It's like you're now looking at a relationship as an investment, not just as love. You come out a lot smarter and wiser. So it would be the equivalent of you suddenly learning about the stock market. Now that you really know how the stock market works, you're going to be very careful about where you invest your pentacles. Maybe at one time you were a day trader, and you put in a minimal amount of money and you hoped one day you would check your account and you're like, oh my God, I'm 10 of Pentacles, I'm a billionaire, I have generational wealth. But now that you've learned how and it's just a horrible example I'm using, but I'm saying to you because moving in, we're talking about a love relationship, a romantic relationship, and in the future, you're not looking at these offers as cups. You're looking at them as pentacles. And I like that because pentacles is our time, our money, our love, our reputation, anything that you value, your self-worth. And it's almost like every time one comes in from like the hand of God or the angel here in this card, you're like, well, let me hold this up to the light. Is this something I really want to invest in? Because I don't want to have to reject someone or be rejected by someone again. I don't want to invest time in someone who's not on the same vibration that I am, or they don't want the same type of relationship, or they're of a non-committal energy. Like it's like you've learned from the past, and moving forward, you're doing things differently. Now, I think while you go through this process, there is some grief and loss, but again, see the Ace of Pentacles, really looking at it. That's amazing because the Page of Pentacles is holding the Ace of Pentacles. So any future love offers, if you decide to go through this, you don't have to. You could totally ignore this reading. But for those of you where this is resonating, I feel like if you actually go through that and really learn the hard lesson, and maybe that was part of the lesson. I always say we get into connections, platonic or romantic, they're intended to teach us lessons. Maybe your lesson was how to effectively communicate what you want. And when you immediately know that what you want is different from what that person wants, that's your timeline. I got to pause. I really need to reevaluate the situation instead of hoping that they come on board to what I want eventually, because it's no longer just about the heart. It's about my pentacle world, my time. Don't waste the pretty. Don't waste the pretty on a connection that you already know from the get-go won't go the difference, or don't waste the handsome, okay? Because you're hoping that they will change or they'll finally get on board. Okay, we went a little deep there. So there is some need for forgiveness here of these past individuals or current individual, or even of yourself. I think your hard lesson through these non-committed relationships was to learn how to effectively communicate what you want and to reevaluate or maybe even reject individuals who, once they express to you what they want and what they don't want, it's okay, nice to see you. We can go back to Three of Cups and just be friends, but there's a need here for you to not stay in a connection long after its expiration date because you're hoping it'll become what you've always wanted it to become. Now, I'm not saying your current relationship is ending or anything like that. I just think if you're currently in a connection like that, there is a need for you to reevaluate it and be really honest and truthful about what you want out of it and really listen to what they're saying. And then pause. No immediate decision is needed. The Two of Wands is a card of just get into Two of Wands mode. That's a decision card like, okay, I'm at a crossroads. Now I have to figure out what I want to do. Do you want to stay in the connection knowing that that's all it'll ever be? Because your person is telling you that's all I'm ever going to be able to give you. So it's really, there's a need here, like an Ace of Swords moment of having this honest conversation about what do we both want here? And are we capable of achieving it together? And if not, yeah, you're going to have to Five of Cup it, and it's going to suck. But if moving forward you communicate better in your connections, that'll be the last Five of Cup experience you will have encountered, right? Because the lessons, and I hate using that term, the lessons will have been learned. So if you're currently in a connection like that, I'm not telling you to leave your person, but I'm saying there's a need here from the divine, you know, take that advice if you want, to have an honest conversation. And then based on that, you evaluate, does that work for you or not? And don't BS yourself either, okay? That's what I have for you, Cancer. If that message did not resonate at all, I'm sorry. Check one of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. But if it did resonate with you, or maybe it gave you some hope or some clarity, or you found it to be helpful, please click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, I'm wishing you a lot of luck with your journey. And as always, light, love, and peace. Hello, Leo. I'm going to give you the same trigger warning I'm giving everyone because this isn't a typical love reading where we're looking at how your person feels about you and how you feel about them. We're looking at you. So that means we're looking at blocks and challenges that you may have contended with in the past, or maybe you're currently facing if you're currently in a relationship, blocks and challenges that you've had in those romantic connections, and then some advice on how you can change that moving forward. So some of these readings have gone a little bit deeper than others, and that's why I kind of want to give a trigger warning to you. But let's see what comes out. This is for Leo, all placements now. Tapping into the Leo collective. What are blocks and challenges for Leo regarding their romantic relationships? One more shuffle. Thank you. Leo, we have tolerating abuse. Oof. Bottom of the deck, we have fear of loss. Again, could be a little bit of a trigger warning, but the intention of this reading is to help all of us become a better partner, either in a current connection or our future connections. The tolerating abuse card is that you may, in the past, and maybe for some of you it's present, I don't know, find yourself in connections where there's emotional or psychological or, God forbid, maybe even physical abuse. And you stay in them because of fear of being alone. So you tolerate gaslighting, or you tolerate love bombing, or you tolerate deceptive behavior. You tolerate people that screw with your head and heart, that tell you one thing but mean another, or you tolerate infidelity or people who cheat on you because there's a fear here of being alone. If it's not your message, just check one of your other placements. But if it's resonating with you, I encourage you to stay on regardless of how difficult this gets. But there could be a fear here within you of being abandoned. Now, it could go back to childhood. You may have had an absentee parent, a mother or a father, or you may have been adopted or fostered. I think I was telling Gemini a similar message where you felt abandoned by a biological parent, even though you had another guardian or someone else stepping into that role. There still was a part of you that felt abandoned by someone else. You could have had role reversal here as a child where you're skibbity-doo-dah and you're a kid, and then one day out of the blue you have to become the adult because one parent left, or one parent has other issues, or there's financial issues and the parent's now working 2-3 jobs, and suddenly you're a latchkey kid, or you're taking care of your other siblings, or you're cutting the grass at 7 years old because you have to help maintain the house. Maybe one parent passed away prematurely when you were, a child. And if you're not resonating with that, then throughout your adult life, in romantic connections, you could have dealt with one person after another that was a narcissist or had narcissistic personality disorder, where they kind of just fed off your energy, or they used you financially or for other things. And then when they didn't need you anymore, they just kind of like a blood-sucking vampire, right? They kind of just discard you because you're out of what they need, and now they move towards someone else. And in that case, there could have been like infidelity or no commitment to you. You could have dealt with people who cheated on you, and you hung on to all of that behavior, you know, some or all of it, because of this fear of abandonment, which for some of you goes back to childhood or relationships you've had where you've tolerated abuse because you don't want to be alone. And now it's become a pattern for you in your romantic connections. I told you we're going to go deep, but it's okay. It's intended to make you a better Leo for yourself, but also if you're currently in a connection or a future connection. So let's tap into the Leo collective. Now, Leo, if you're currently in a relationship, this could resonate with you for a current connection. If not, this could be resonate for you like a past connection. If you're totally single, it could be a lesson for you to learn about a future one, okay? We'll see what comes out. Tapping into the Leo collective. Now, what can you tell me about Leo's either current, past, or next relationship? For the Leo collective, all placements. One more shuffle. Thank you. Passion. Don't be afraid to fail. Follow what makes your heart happy. And bottom of the deck, we have divine timing. Everything has a higher purpose. So perhaps it's possible that you entered relationships in the past where there was a lot of passion, but then that passion turned into some, I shouldn't say the passion turned into, in addition to the passion, slowly trickling in was abuse. Starts off with the little white lies, progresses to needing your help for something, but then making you feel discarded once you give it, maybe only using you for intimacy and not giving you other things that you need in a connection. So for some of you, again, not all, you could have entered connections in the past or even your current connection because of a physical attraction to the person. And then it's almost like that person uses the physical attraction you have for them against you. And that's where this narcissistic personality kind of disorder behavior comes into play, and the gaslighting, but then the love bombing and verbal abuse, being overly critical of you, passive aggressive, very argumentative. You feel like you're constantly being picked and prodded and poked at, like you're just not good enough. But you hang on to those connections because you're afraid of loss. Sometimes you stay in them until the person completely discards you and they move on to their next victim. So even at their worst, you don't leave. The divine timing card talks about everything has a higher purpose. So I assume if you're into esotericism or spirituality or tarot, which you probably are if you're watching this, then you know that these past connections were there to teach you a lesson. And that actually finding a divine counterpart or a life mate or whatever you want to call a soulmate, etc., comes to you in divine timing after we have learned a series of lessons. Because it's almost like you have to spiritually ascend in the 5D before you can really be matched vibrationally with the person who's truly intended for you here on the 3D, right, on Earth. So this could be, and I hate to call them lessons, but this past connection you're currently in, or maybe past connections, there's a need here for you really to do a deep dive on them. Like, why was I really attracted to that person? Oh, it was physical. And why didn't I speak up when the abuse started? There has to be some soul searching here, a little hermit energy here, really going within. And why do I tolerate that abuse? And does that go back to my childhood? Does that go back to a previous relationship where I loved that person with my whole heart and they left me, and now I think everyone's going to leave me? And because I don't want to be alone, I'm going to tolerate the worst connections that cross my path because it's almost like, well, that's what love is. And as long as I'm physically attracted to them and the sex is good, that's okay. That's okay. At least I'm not alone. See where I'm going with this? So there's a need here for you to really go within. I did 18 months of therapy when I left my marriage. So, you know, and I did it online in the privacy of my own home, very discreet, right? I was very comfortable sitting on my couch or wherever I was in my house or in my kitchen, having a cup of coffee. They're relatively cheap. You know, I paid by the half hour, so my, I didn't use health insurance to cover it. So you could find something like that in your area or region of the world where you can talk to someone online one-on-one. For some of you, journaling may help. If you have old diaries or journals from the past, maybe take the time to look through them and see, yeah, why was I really with whoever, Andrea, or why was I really with whomever, Stephen, or whatever their names are. If you have a diary like that and you can look back at it, but if not, maybe journaling will help you. It's almost like there's a need here for you to have an Ace of Swords moment with yourself, like an honest conversation with yourself about, why did I enter these past connections? Why did I stay? Why did I tolerate the abuse? Why did I wait for the abuser to leave me? Like, why didn't I leave beforehand? And I feel like if you can find those answers within you, and they are within you, it's a little bit of a dark night of a soul to go through to find them. But if you can do it, then I do feel you have then ascended in the 5D. And that's when you do meet your divine counterpart here in the 3D. And for those of you who choose not to do that, you're resonating with this, but you're like, nope, I don't want to look at it. I think all of your connections are going to be this same way. Physical attraction, then tolerating some kind of abuse, hanging on out of fear of loss, and just waiting for the person to move on from you. And it's like you almost never get to that divine timing of that divine counterpart because you're busy with one karmic lesson after another. Same lesson, different meat suit. Ignoring the red flags the whole way. So, totally up to you if you want to do this. I told you it was a little bit of a trigger warning, but it is intended for us to do the spiritual healing that we need so we can be better, not just for our partner, but for ourselves, right? Because no one should be in a relationship where they're tolerating abuse just because they're afraid to be alone. So there's definitely some deep-seated wounds. And for some of you, it goes back to childhood that really needs to be healed. For some of you, it goes back to your teenage years, early teenage years, I just heard, like 12, 13 years old. Again, take that how it resonates. All right, let's get 6 cards now, Leo. See what else the divine or source has for you, and then where you're headed in the immediate future. Didn't I say you have to have an Ace of Swords honest conversation with yourself? There's your Ace of Swords. All right, tapping into the Leo collective now. 6 cards, please, from the top of the deck for Leo. All placements. What else do they need to know about their romantic connections? For Leo collective, thank you. Judgment. Wow, that's what's clarifying tolerating abuse is the Judgment card. The Fool is the fear of loss. It won't take you long to go through this dark night of the soul if that's what you choose to do. Passions is being clarified by the Death card. Putting an end to that moving forward. Maybe this reading will help. Maybe you've already felt this way, and if you're looking for added confirmation, this reading's it for you. Divine timing is clarified by the Hermit. I did say you have to do a little bit of a hermit, but what I like about it, look at all 4 cards, major arcana cards. This is you working, co-creating with the universe now to heal these old karmic lessons. So in the future, and we'll see what the next 2 cards are, it's like you're wiping the karmic slate clean. Like you've paid your karmic debt if you do this. Near future, 3 of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles. I told you. I told you. Bottom of the deck, 7 of Pentacles, which is very different in this deck than the original Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot deck. 7 of Pentacles to the 8 of Cups. Yeah, not doing that anymore. For those of you who choose to take the assignment, right? You don't have to do this. So tolerating abuse and the Judgment card. The Judgment card is a calling, an inner calling for you to really go within, to do what is right for you moving forward, to recognize these signs of abuse from the past so you will easily recognize them in the future. And you can avoid these relationships or avoid the types of people that provide these types of relationships. Because there's people out there, they go from one relationship to another where they are an abusive partner. And your love for them is not going to change them. And maybe for some of you, there needs to be this judgment call within that you can't fix the broken. Because number one, you're already broken. Because this person breaks you. And if these are past connections, those people broke you at some point. It's why you're holding on to every terrible connection you have, because you're afraid of being alone, because you already experienced rejection and you don't want to experience it again, right? It's an emotional or psychological trigger for you. I get that. But because of that, you're tolerating very abusive relationships, liars, people who step out on you, non-committal energies, deception, betrayal, gaslighting, you name it. So I feel like if you, and I just can't believe that all 4 of these cards are major arcana cards. I've tapped into a Leo collective that either has recently recognized this or is recognizing this now because of this reading. And you're gonna you'll be sitting down having an honest conversation with the universe and with yourself. Like, I want to change this moving forward. I don't want to ever tolerate abuse again because I'm mistaking it for love and I'm holding on to it because I don't want to be alone. I'd rather be alone than be in that. And that's coming from someone who dated someone for 2 years after they fractured her collarbone. Because back then I thought that was love. It's not. No matter how passionate we were for one another, it's not love. So for those of you who go through this process, I feel like you become completely transformed. I think you look at love connections differently. Do you want passion in a relationship? Absolutely. But the first sign of this, you're out. Because a Leo collective who does this inner healing and co-creating with the universe, you're not going to be afraid to be alone. Far better to be alone than to tolerate abuse. And that comes with building up your self-worth, your self-confidence, recognizing the signs, and being okay in your own company. You know, I've been out of my marriage now for 4.5 years, and I've dated one person since then. We've been on and off for 4.5 years. I've seen no one else but him. And I have no intention of seeing anyone else. But I'm at a point where I'm really comfortable. I've become so independent that I really like being alone. And I have friends or family members that say, well, don't you want a higher level of commitment? And I'm like, one day, but I really like being alone. And then sometimes I'll bump into a friend I haven't seen for a long time. They'll be like, wow, Jen, I can't believe like you eat dinner alone every night. Most nights, I really enjoy my own company after 24 years of being with someone. I really like my space. I like that I can eat ice cream for dinner if I want. And I like that I can have fried chicken or a slice of cold pizza for breakfast if I want. I don't have to answer to anyone. And my person is just as independent-minded as I am. So we're 2 very independent people able to come together in our connection, to nurture it, to be there for one another, to have the passion, to respect one another, but to also say at the end of the day, we kind of go our separate, sorry, he just bought me these flowers. We can go our separate ways and do our own thing, and that's okay. And I'm not afraid of losing him, and he's not afraid of losing me, and I'm not afraid if I go 3 or 4 days not seeing him or vice versa. It's a very healthy connection. But to get to that stage with him, I had to kill the old me that in the past would latch on to anyone and anything because that was far better than being alone. So I think for the Leos who do this, I think there's a death to the old Leo, like no more tolerating abuse and being so comfortable in your own space that you're not afraid if the person leaves your life because you're good with it. And I feel like this divine timing to the Hermit is such a beautiful energy of spiritual ascension. This is becoming your own wise counselor, being way more discerning in the future with the love connections you have. And before you know it, a new one does come in. And it's not wand energy. It's not just fire. It's not passion. It's not swords, the negative sword cards where it would be tolerating abuse and like 5 of swords, 3 of swords, 10 of swords. It's not cups, which is all about emotion and I have to have this person's unconditional love because I can't be alone or I'm afraid of losing them. It's pentacles. So if you can go through this process of healing, recognizing these things and deciding the old Leo is dead and done when it comes to relationships, I'm going to be a lot wiser moving forward. Yeah, in divine timing, you have a relationship that is solid and it's stable and it can go the distance, it can take you to the Ten of Pentacles. There's mutual commitment here, mutual respect, mutual communication, mutual growth. We're going to come together to build a solid foundation that regardless of how old we are, we plant this pentacle in the ground, Seven of Pentacles. We're going to water it every damn day. Very different depiction on this in this deck than the Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot. The Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot deck, you know, it's a Seven of Pentacles card, but 6 pentacles are in the bush and 1 pentacle is at the person's feet. And the person's kind of sitting there like, well, I planted this pentacle and 6 are on the tree, and is the juice worth the squeeze card, right? I don't really know if I want to hang around and see, is this ever going to get to the 10 of Pentacles? This is different. All 7 of Pentacles are on the tree. This person's nurturing it. They're watering the tree. This is a connection that will go to the 10 of Pentacles. Because once you plant the seed with this person and you start building it, 3 of Pentacles and 7 of Pentacles, you nurture it, you get the 10 of Pentacles. So way more solid and sturdy relationship. And walking away from all of that bull crap, the tolerating the abuse. King of Wands and a Knight of Swords can be a very, yes, passionate, aggressive relationship, passionate, sexually, you know, thrilling relationship. But to the Knight of Swords could be actually verbally combative. Someone who could be verbally abusive, passive aggressive, angry, prone to explosive behaviors. I'm not a clinical psychologist, so I'm not going to start rambling off bipolar this or that, but it could be a highly explosive energy that you probably you're dealing with currently, or you just did in your last relationship, and you had to walk away from it. I feel like in the future, you're walking away from anyone who gives you the first sign of that. And that is a whole new beginning in love and celebration. Wheel of Fortune to the three of cups there. To the 4 of Pentacles. 3 pentacles and 1 pentacle is 4 of Pentacles, which is, again, different in this deck as well. It's someone who loves this so much they're holding on to it. It's not so much the miser card in this deck as it is that this is really good and worth investing in, and I don't want to give it up. So maybe a bit miserish. Okay, I take that back, but it's a good miser feeling. It's not obsessive, controlling miser feeling. This is really valuable to me because it can really go the distance. So that's what I have for you, Leo. If you're willing to do the work and recognize that maybe your issue is always, I shouldn't say always, most of the time, entering romantic connections that are rooted in passion and putting an end to that and also simultaneously looking at how have I contributed to these horrific relationships. And again, I'm not blaming the victim, but you tolerated the abuse or you ignored the red flags out of a fear of abandonment. So if you can restructure how you enter a relationship, that of course you have to be attracted to the person and them to you, and there has to be passion, but it can't just solely be rooted in passion. Or you can't allow the person to use that passion against you because they know you're so sexually charged for them that now they're going to treat you like crap, but then they're going to reward you with intimacy. See, that's a cycle of abuse. So, you know, Leo learns to play nice, because if Leo doesn't play nice, they're not intimately satisfied by the person that they are so intimately passionate for. I'm trying to keep it clean for YouTube. So, but lots for you to unpack there and think about. But I feel like, you know, if this message didn't resonate with you, you're welcome to check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. But for the Leos that I have read for, I think a lot of you, on the collective level, I think a lot of you could be resonating with this. And in that case, my love, if you're in a current relationship that's abusive, get the F out of it. Even if it's just verbal. You had death card to like, just put an end to it. And then work on your healing and abandonment issues. So hopefully in the future, number one, you're not entering relationships just based on passion. And number two, the minute the red flag is seen, you're not going to sit there thinking, well, it can make a really nice scarf. No, it's a red flag. Seeing it for what it is and walking away because you're no longer afraid of the loss, right? Because at that point, you're going to be super comfortable in your own skin, and you're going to be quite all right with eating a slice of cold pizza by yourself for breakfast in the morning, because that's far better than dealing with verbal or passive aggressive or gaslighting abuse. So that's what I have for you, my love. If that resonated with you at all, or you just found it to be helpful, please click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, Leo, wishing you a lot of luck on your journey, as well as light, love, and peace. Hello, Virgo. All right, my love, let's see what we have for you. Now, I'm going to give you the same trigger warning I've given all the signs before you. And that's because this isn't a typical love reading where we're looking at your feels and their feels and all the feels in between. We're looking at you specifically. What are your blocks and challenges in your connections, particularly your romantic ones? How can you work on that or improve that so you can not just show up as a better partner in a current connection or future connection, but how can you show up better for yourself in general? So I don't know what can come out here. I'll convey all the messages that come through. Some of the ones before you were pretty hard hitting and went a little deep. So again, I want to give you that trigger warning, but let's just see what comes out, okay? Tapping into the Virgo collective now. All placements for Virgo. What is the current relationship block or challenge that Virgo deals with in their romantic connections? For the Virgo collective, one more shuffle. Thank you. Lust, not love. Passion isn't the same as lasting love. Don't get sucked in just by good sex. Bottom of the deck, we have expectations. When you expect too much, no one measures up. Ditch your list and want what's real. Interesting. So some of you could have found in the past that you've entered connections, not that they're not rooted in love, that's not what I'm saying, but from the get-go, there was a lustful connection, a passionate connection. You were physically drawn to the individual. And even as they began to reveal who they truly are or were, if it's a past person, for some of you it's a current connection, you kind of continue to overlook it because the intimacy was great, or they made you feel the way you've never felt before, or a way that you haven't felt in a while. Or you may have your own insecurities, which are different and unique to each of you, and you feel like, I can't find someone else, or I can't be vulnerable with another partner the way I am with her or the way I am with him. And so you end up, I hate saying get sucked in, but sort of get sucked into these connections where they're either like the partner is not on the same page as you, or you want two different things, and you stay hoping things will get better. But in the interim, at least the sex is really good. If it's not your message, just check another placement. But if this is your message, you in the past or maybe even currently are attracted to individuals where there has to be an instant physical connection. And look, I get it, okay? I can't be with someone I don't find physically attractive. That probably sounds really shallow, but that's just me. I'm not saying they have to be like the best looking person on the planet, because I know I'm not capable of attracting that person. Like, I'm not living in, Delulu, delusion land here, but I have to find them attractive, okay? Even if the rest of the world doesn't, I have to. So I get that. But some of you, all right, this is a message for someone watching, so don't get offended. If it's not yours, just don't take it. Some of you are looking for long-term connections, but you're looking for them on websites or apps where it's really only for hookups. Does that make sense? And so, of course, there's an intimate sexual connection, but you're connecting with people who right off the bat don't want the same thing you want. They're on a hookup dating app as opposed to being on a website or an app that is geared more towards finding a lifelong partner. So however it has manifested itself to you in the past, excuse me, you may have found yourself in connections where, one, you may have used the wrong type of app or website to meet someone. You're looking for a lifelong partner, but you're using an app that's more for like hit it and quit it connections, or vice versa. Feel free to flip that around. And for others of you, you've connected with individuals because of the physical connection. And even while the relationship was going to crap and the person's crossing your boundaries or not offering you the commitment that you wanted, you may have found yourself staying in connections like that because the passion was really intense. So that was clarified here by the expectations card, which I'm taking a little bit differently than the words that they have on the card. I feel for a lot of you, it's not that you set high expectations on an individual. It's that you sort of either ignore the red flags in the beginning, Or there's really no honest communication at the start of a relationship to say, I'm looking for a life partner that can go the distance. And there could be an expectation here because that's what you want. And your partner doesn't really say that they don't want that, even though they're not really saying what they want, but they're not saying they don't want it. So there's an assumption here made by you that they must want the same thing you want. And therefore now, subconsciously, an expectation has been created that this relationship is going to go the distance because that's what you want, even though they never convey that they don't want it, or they've never conveyed that they want that. But because they also never conveyed that they don't, I'm assuming that they do want what I want. Now, an expectation is created. And when that expectation isn't met, there's bitterness or resentment that starts to pile up. And now maybe you find yourself criticizing your partner too much. You start nitpicking them. You're still in it because the sex is banging, but they're no longer reaching your expectations. And the more time goes on that they're not reaching that expectation, which was flawed from the beginning, right? Wasn't really rooted in reality to begin with. This is going deep. I told you we're going to go deep here. Don't get offended. You now develop bitterness and resentment, which comes out towards them in a variety of ways, right? They don't put the cap on the toothpaste bottle and it's like you're exploding like a volcano. And they don't understand that because it's just a cap on a toothpaste tube, right? But for you, it's not just that. There's an internal thing that I expected the relationship to get to this certain point by this time, and I thought you wanted the same thing I did. And you kind of saw the red flags that they didn't, but because they never really said they didn't want it and the sex was so banging, you kind of stayed in it and just expected that one day, eventually, you would have the relationship with them that you wanted. Take the messages that resonate, leave the ones that don't. Let's see what we have now. We'll get into this oracle deck now. Interesting. So, false expectations, not your fault. That's what you want in a connection. But the failure for the two of you to communicate what you really want in a connection then enables you to draw these expectations of this is the direction a relationship's going in. Meanwhile, your person's not saying anything because the sex is just as banging to them as it is to you. See what I mean? So again, not saying that you stay in it for the sex or they do. It's them not saying what they really want because they don't want to lose the amazing sex. They might love and care for you, but doesn't mean they want to throw a ring on it or say I do, okay? And vice versa. You don't want to lose them. You want to happily ever after with them. Plus the sex is really good. That's like the added bonus. But there's a false expectation that's set very early on because of a lack of communication. And that begins a process of resentment and bitterness towards the person when they're not meeting those expectations. I'm not blaming you. Don't give me any hate. If you're not resonating with the message, you're welcome to check one of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. If you are connecting with some of these messages, let's see where else we go with this. Tapping into the Virgo collective now, what can you tell me about their current, past, or future connection? For the Virgo collective, one more shuffle. Thank you. Sacrifice, giving up something now for a future reward. Yes. Bottom of the deck, past life connection. Someone with heavy influence from a past life is with you. Whoa. I might have to extra clarify that one for you. So, sacrifice. That's a twofold message there with that sacrifice card. One, because you have this, what you feel is a deep connection with this individual, and you want to happily ever after with them, and the sex is banging. You have an expectation that the relationship is going to go somewhere. And because it was never formally communicated between the two of you what you really want, and if it was communicated, one side didn't hear what the other side was saying, and they just assumed or didn't want to recognize the red flags and came to the conclusion, hey, we're on the same page, or thought that person will eventually catch up to me or vice versa. Either way, it created a false expectation. But as the days, weeks, months, maybe even years go by, there's a sacrifice now because the relationship isn't reaching your expectations. So you end up sacrificing what you really want, And you stay in a connection hoping that they'll catch up to the expectation and meet it one day. And in the meantime, it's like, but the sex is really good. So it's like you sacrifice what you really want for this. Another issue is for those of you currently, or another message I should say, for those of you currently in a connection, there's a need for you to see this current connection. If it's a troubled connection, there's a need for you to really see it for what it is and to stop hanging on to false expectations of it just because it is lustful and passionate. And yes, there may very well be love there, but you may have expectations for this relationship that your partner does not. And there's a need here for you in that respect of an honest conversation, kind of Ace of Swords moment with yourself, and let this relationship go. Sacrifice the relationship now, which is currently not meeting your expectations, even though lust and maybe even love's there, but sacrificing that so in the near future, you can be paired up with a real soulmate, soul bond, an individual that you have some kind of past life connection with. Interesting. For others of you, you have a particular understanding or take about romantic relationships based on something you learned from someone who's no longer on this planet, like from someone who passed away. So it could have been like conversations you had as a child with your grandma. I don't know. Someone or a relationship you saw as a child. Maybe how you saw your aunt and uncle be, or maybe how you saw mom and dad behave with one another. There very well could be a connection you witnessed in childhood that you feel is an ideal, well, I shouldn't say that. At the time as a child, you thought that was an ideal relationship. And so you kind of now, every relationship you get into, it's almost like you want that. You ever hear people say, like, I want a marriage like mom and dad have, or I want a relationship just like my aunt so-and-so and my uncle blah, blah, blah. And it's almost like having these weird expectations of every partner you meet, that they have to rise to those standards of those people that they don't even know, that they didn't have the experience with that you do, but because you want what that person had or has, and for some of you, it's a past life connection. So, you know, not past life, past connection, like the person's passed away. So maybe growing up, you really liked the way grandma and grandpa interacted. And you're like, one day I hope that I meet someone and I have a relationship just like they did, because growing up as a child for you, that appeared to be an ideal relationship. So that made an imprint within you, right? That made an impression on you. So it's almost like a quest now. This is very specific. So if this part of reading doesn't resonate with you, it's okay. But for someone watching, oh, Ten of Swords, Two of Pentacles. I have to find that. That to me is a balanced relationship. And anything short of that is Ten of Swords. So for some of you, you're already entering, probably for one or two of you, so don't get mad. I only work here. Some of you could be entering connections already with this predisposed idea of a balanced connection looks like this model I saw in my youth. And anything short of that is betrayal, backstabbing, sadness, everything I don't want. It has to be that, or it'll hurt me. So one or two of you watching, you have an unrealistic expectation about your love connections based on a connection you saw in childhood, which you deemed to be an ideal connection. Hope that made sense. I think one person out there had to hear that. So let's see where we're going with tarot. 6 cards, please, now. 6 cards, please, now from the top of the deck. For the Virgo collective, what else can you tell us about their current, past, or future love connection? For Virgo, one more shuffle. Thank you. Wow, that card really wanted to come out. First card out was the Two of Wands under Lust. The Lust card is the Two of Wands. Expectations, Six of Cups. Didn't I just say it goes back to something you saw in childhood? Some of you have unrealistic expectations about your romantic relationships because of a romantic relationship you witnessed in childhood. Wow. And you saw me shuffle that. Sacrifice, Two of Swords. Past life connection. Page of Swords, what you saw as a child. What you saw as a child. Holy moly. Where are you going in the future? Four of Cups. Strength card. Yeah. Bottom of the deck. Two of Pentacles. The Death card. Oh, there's hope here. Ace of Wands. I was going to say, I don't know where you're going in the future, but I kind of like this now. Okay. I like this. It might take some of you a little bit longer to work through this journey. Everyone's on their own healing journey. For some of you, there's a need for you to look back into the past. The Two of Wands card. I know typically I say this is an individual who turns their back on the past. The past is represented in the Two of Wands. In the original Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck, the individual has their back to it, to the old Ace of Wands, the former Ace of Wands that's like tethered to the castle wall. And I feel like before you can turn your back on it, there's a need for you to look back at it. It's like I look at the cards the way they come out on the table, and this one is like, I have to look back at the past. So there's a need here for you to review connections in your life that have made a significant impact on you. Maybe ones that you entered for passion, but you and your partner weren't really compatible on any other level, but you stayed in it or ignored the red flags of it, sacrificed what you really wanted in a connection because the sex was amazing. For others of you, you may have met individuals in the past on dating apps or dating websites that were not compatible with what you truly wanted. You wanted long-term and you're on a hit it and quit it app, or vice versa. You just want casual connections, which is totally fine, right? You're a grown adult, but you're on a website or app that's for people who are looking for a lifetime partner. So there was like incompatibility there based on false expectations, because from the get-go, the relationship was rooted in a falseness, right? There was no match between what you wanted and what they wanted. So there's a need here to go back and review your adult relationships that maybe resonate with one or two of those messages. And then for others of you, there's a need to maybe do that, but also look back at your connections from your childhood, like connections that really influenced you for good or for bad. And have you created unrealistic expectations in now your adult romantic relationships based on expectations that you saw in childhood in other adult-like connections? And then there's a need here for you with that sacrifice to the Two of Swords card. There's a need here for you, if you choose, if you choose to take the assignment type of thing. There's a need here for you to make a decision before you even enter a connection, that this is who you are and this is what you want out of this connection. And if your person is not matching that, you're not going to stay in it hoping they change, or because the intimacy is phenomenal. There's a need here to recognize that right away and be like, I'm not going to sit here in indecision and sacrifice what I really want. We're either on the same page or we're not. My person, I've been seeing the same person now for a couple of years. We're two very independent people. And I think that's why we can go on with our respective lives. But then when we come together, there's a lot of passion. There's a lot of love. He's helped me with starting this whole tarot thing on YouTube because I didn't know anything about what camera to buy or whatever. So there is mutual investment in one another's growth like that, which is great. But I had told him really early on that there were certain things in a connection I needed that I would not sacrifice. And I mean, is he perfect 100% of the time? No. Am I 100% of the time perfect for him? No. But when I see that I don't want to say it doesn't meet my expectation, but let's say I create a boundary from the beginning of the connection and he crosses it for whatever reason, there's a need for me to not sacrifice who I am and what I want. And I have to be able to sit down and instead of being indecisive or ignoring the red flag, I need to be honest and sit down and have that conversation, which I have had in the past. Like, all right, I know that you were dealing with blah, 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 but then you did ABC and this is how it affected me. And we really need to discuss this because I can't tolerate that moving forward. But if you do have, you know, a situation like that in the future, you kind of have to hold to it. Like, you can't allow someone to cross your boundary over and over and over again and then sit there in indecision like, well, I don't know what I want to do. They keep doing blah, 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 and I keep asking them not to, but they keep doing it and it's hurting me, but I love them and the sex is great, right? And I'm hoping one day we can get on the same page, right? But in doing that, you're creating three things in that connection, whether you consciously are aware of it or not. Number one, you are sacrificing what you want out of a connection because you've already told someone what you want and they're not giving it to you and you're ignoring the red flags. Or you're not loving yourself enough to stand up for. So you're already not respecting what you want. So how can you expect your person to respect what you want? Because they see you tolerating their poor behavior. So why should they improve their behavior? Okay, that's number one for some of you. For the second thing here is there could be an issue here where your person crosses boundaries and over again, maybe the same one, I don't know. It's just an example I'm giving you. And you reprimand them and you tolerate it. And then they do it again and it just becomes a pattern. And now there's a hierarchical kind of thing that happens in a relationship where they become the child, which continues to touch the thing you told them not to touch. And now you become the parent, right? Where you're constantly reprimanding them or criticizing them. But all you ever do is really slap the hand. And they know that even though they cross it, you still love them enough because there's a parent-child relationship now that has developed, right? And you're just going to tolerate it because you love them. And so they're incrementally going to cross, you know, the boundary more and more and more, or push the envelope more and more, right, until it completely falls off the table. Because what are you going to do, Virgo? You love me and the sex is great. You're not going anywhere. So it can create a scenario like that also, where the person over time, but I was going to say the word betrays, but disrespects your boundaries because, again, if you're not going to respect yourself to hold them, why would they respect you enough to abide by them? And then three, for some of you, if you find yourself in that kind of position where you're always criticizing the person because of what they're doing, that then develops really deep emotional resentment within you. And now you're overly critical of them and they don't know where it's coming from. And then one day they don't put the cap on the toothpaste container and you're erupting like a volcano. And they're like, oh my God, Virgo's crazy or Virgo's too emotional. No, Virgo didn't speak up, didn't make the decision to speak up when they should have, when you crossed their boundary a million times. And Virgo sacrificed themselves by doing that, but they also created a situation now where you think you can get away with everything, and Virgo's just going to have to eat it, and it builds up resentment and hate until Virgo just explodes, right, on something so insignificant that you typically never would. So yeah, I've told you this message can get deep for some of you, so I'm sorry. Just take what fits and leave what doesn't. So there's a need here for you to look back into the past connections that you've been in, connections from childhood that you feel impacted you the most for good or for bad. Did you have a mother or father that tolerated gaslighting or abuse or whatever from the other parent? And so you've associated that with love because it's something you saw as a child. And your parents could still be together today, but somewhere deeply rooted in you, you may have associated that with love or longevity in a relationship. But meanwhile, it was a toxic connection. As a child, you didn't know that. And so you've romanticized that connection inside of yourself. And it could be why you tolerate poor behavior now, because you learned it by seeing other connections as a child, but to you it was love. You saw it as, but mom and dad really love one another, or grandma and grandpa really love one another. So, wow, we're going deep here on this message. So, I feel like if you're the Virgo where you're like, this is nonsense, this reading is nonsense, and nothing is ever my fault, and I don't get into the wrong connections, they're the liar, and you put 100% of the blame on the other person, and you blame all of your failed connections of the past on the other person, then I think your next relationship is Four of Cups to the Strength card. I think you get rejected, or they get rejected, or you end up existing in a connection that's not meeting your expectations, that you're sacrificing what you truly want, that you reminisce on past connections from your childhood that you have idealized in some fashion, and you really don't want to accept the couple love from this person because they're not meeting those expectations, even though they might be rooted in, might not be really rooted in facts, because you might be recalling them in a very nostalgic way. You might have romanticized those connections because you were a child while you were witnessing them. I feel like there's a need here for you to re-examine. Those of you resonating with that portion of the reading, there's a need here for you to re-examine those childhood connections for what they truly were. And maybe admit to yourself that maybe you're, through the lens of nostalgia and rose-colored glasses, you're remembering a connection of those people because they were so happy, but maybe looking at it and saying, wow, that was really, really abusive. My aunt could never do blah, 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 or my uncle would be afraid to say ABC. Maybe really seeing that that was abusive connection, and somewhere along the way, you connected that with love. So I feel like if you're the Virgo who's sitting there and saying, it's everyone else's fault and not my own, I think unfortunately this becomes a pattern in your connections, and you're never truly satisfied in a romantic connection, and it takes you a lot of strength and courage to persevere and deal with it, and you find it to be very challenging to exist in it. However, if you're the Virgo that says, I really want to sit back and listen to these messages that I've heard today, and really decide for myself with an open head and open heart which ones resonate with me. And then I want to look at them very clearly in this Two of Pentacles. Let me see what part of this reading really applies to me. Let me see what doesn't, right? Toss out what doesn't. But there's a need here to kind of like, let me weigh what's really being, maybe you have to listen to this portion of the reading 2 or 3 times, or take notes, the bullet points for the parts that really strike you, you know, the hardest, that really get you in your gut, where you're like, oh my God, yeah, that's me. I think there's a need here for you to do that. And then with reflection, great reflection, 2 of Wands looking in the past, Page of Swords is looking in the past, that's 6 of Cups, past adult connections, past connections you witnessed as a child, and saying, I'm going to transform the way I view relationships, because now I realize I was not coming from a healed place because of those past connections. So I feel like for the Virgos who don't, I think all your connections are just going to be cycles, karmic cycles, until lessons are learned. For those of you who are like, yeah, I want to look back into my past connections with this past connection card, then I feel like you are able to restore your connections moving forward. And then what you have is a real, true, passionate beginning. Yes, the connection is rooted in passion, but it's also rooted in unconditional love of self. Oops, I knew I was going to do that. Unconditional love of self. Queen of Cups. And once you have unconditional love of self, you can have a very passionate, unconditional, loving relationship, but you're never going to sacrifice your wants and needs again, and you're never going to create false expectations for yourself, the connection, or your person, because you will have transformed what a balanced relationship really is by taking the time now, whether you're currently partnered or not, to do some really deep introspection work on how do these past connections from my childhood or, you know, my adulthood, how are they really impacting me? And I think once you can look at that, I think you walk away from the old way of doing relationships. 5 of Cups, to the Eight of Cups, it's like you got to walk away from the past at that point. Any past faults, romanticizing that you had, like of connections from your childhood where you thought it was a happily ever after relationship, but now as an adult, you look back at it and you're like, wow, they were really freaking abusive to one another. It's like Eight of Cups walking emotionally away from the past. Six of Cups looking at the past. Seven of Cups is the confusion of the past, if we want to read the cards that way for this particular reading. And Eight of Cups is walking away from the past. And then that Five of Cups being, well, now I can look at all the connections that I have failed at, or that have failed me, and realize that they really weren't love, because my expectations were off. I sacrificed myself when I shouldn't have. I didn't speak up, and I had a convoluted, for some of you, convoluted expectation of what a relationship should be based on a false narrative I kind of gave myself by romanticizing a relationship I witnessed in my childhood that really wasn't as beautiful as I wanted to remember it being. And so there's a need to realize that spilt cups aren't real love. That's when I feel you come into your power as the magician, right? Mercury energy. And you're able to spin the wheel of fortune here and find the love of your life. Whoever that divine counterpart might be, we have the Empress there. Could be you then coming into divine status, or it could be you finding a divine countermate. Told you we're going to go deep. If those messages did not resonate with you at all, that's okay. Check one of your, your other placements or whatever. But yeah, Six of Swords, like then being able to move forward into the future, a very different Virgo, looking at relationships completely differently than you have up until now. And you don't have to sacrifice passion or love in a connection. And you certainly don't have to sacrifice yourself. So a little bit of introspection here. Sorry if that reading was a little bit too long. But again, it's just intended for us to look at ourselves and see, well, how can I improve as a better me? And then that better me ends up being a better partner to my current person or a future person. So that's what I have for you, Virgo. If you found that message to be insightful or helpful in any way, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, my love, I wish you a lot of luck with this journey, as well as light, love, and peace. Hello, Libra. I'm going to have to give you, my love, the same kind of warning I've been giving everyone, a little bit of a trigger warning. This is not the typical love reading where we're looking at your feels and your person's feels and all the feels in between. This is a reading where we're going to look at you specifically as a collective, right? Obviously, it's not an individualized reading, but to see what blocks or challenges the Libra collective may be dealing with in general when it comes to their romantic relationships. And then seeing how you can heal whatever that block or challenge is, so you can either make your current romantic relationship or a future one better. Like where you can show up as a better Libra for yourself, but also for your partner. So let's see what comes out. Tapping into the Libra collective now, please. All placements. What are the blocks and challenges for Libra regarding their romantic connections? One more shuffle. Thank you. We have too passive. Take initiative to meet someone or to keep the passion ignited. Some of you are too passive in your relationships. Bottom of the deck, we have comparison. Comparing yourself to others is unfair. So there's, again, only take the message if you feel it resonates to you. Take what fits, leave what doesn't. But there's an issue here. I've tapped into a group of Libras who you're too passive in your relationships, particularly your romantic ones, and you allow your partners to get away with a lot. I don't know if it comes from a need of abandonment, if it comes from a need of, but I love this person, so I have to tolerate it. No one's perfect. And that's all well and good. And, it's true to some extent, but being too passive also allows people to take advantage of you because they know that you'll always be there. And so there might be a need here for a group of you. And if you're resonating with this, hang in there with me. We're going to get into tarot in a minute. But there's a need here for some of you to not be too passive moving forward, either in a current connection or in a future love connection. Because being too passive just allows the other person to take advantage of you. There's a need here. You're an air sign to speak up for your wants, needs, and desires. The passive card could also talk about you wait for your partner to initiate intimacy. And if they don't, you go, or you're willing to go a long time without it. Again, not really having your wants, needs, or desires fulfilled. And it could be because you become too passive in the connection because, oh, we've been together 10, 20, 30 years. This is the way it is, right? It's other married couples or other long-term couples aren't being intimate, so why should we? Well, why should you? Because you have wants and needs. And you're not expressing them to your person. You're waiting for your person to express them to you. You're not discussing it. Your person is probably sitting there waiting for you to make a move. You're both waiting for one another to make a move, and there's no pieces being moved on the chessboard. The chessboard is collecting dust. I have two people sitting on opposite ends of a table looking at one another with a game of chess in the middle, and nobody wants to move a piece because no one wants to appear to be too aggressive to the other. And in the interim, there's no game here. There's no intimacy. So take these messages how they resonate. Some of you way too passive in a connection, in your romantic connections, and it allows people to walk all over you. And for others of you, when it comes to intimacy, you're way too passive. Now, I'll also tell you a third message I'm getting for someone watching. Sometimes you're so passive that when you get really, you're like, I can't take it anymore kind of level, you then become passive aggressive. And that's, I get it. I've been there, and I'm an air sign, I'm a Gemini, but that comes from an accumulation of not really addressing transgressions against you, and you try to bottle it down, try to stuff it down, stuff it down, stuff it down until you can't stuff it down anymore, and then you become passive aggressive. So there's a need here for you to balance the scales. You are represented by the scales of justice, right? That's your zodiac symbol. You are the justice card in the major arcana portion of tarot. So for some of you, there's one or more things you need to balance in your connections. One, finding a balanced approach between being passive and aggressive, so you're not too much of one or the other. The second thing for some of you, again, only if it resonates, there's a need here to balance the sexual chemistry in your romantic connections, so you're not always waiting for your partner to initiate. So there's a need here for you to balance that out by effectively communicating your wants, needs, and desires. And then for another group of you, even if you resonate or don't resonate with one or both of what I just said, some of you could find yourselves that you let stuff slide so much that it gets to a point where you can't keep quiet about anything. But again, instead of effectively communicating these issues, you then become passive aggressive. And that starts to create resentment within your connection, which then just adds to the intimate separation between you and your partner. The other card that we had come out for you was comparison. Some of you compare other connections to your own. Some of you compare your partner to past partners that you've had. And so while you may be with your partner and love them, they're just not quite good enough because they're not really so-and-so. For some of you, you compare yourself to other people and you devalue yourself and you lower your self-esteem. So whichever way you're comparing your relationship to others, your partner to other people's partners or your past partners, or you're comparing yourself to other people, if I was only that thin, or if I only had that much hair, or I only had that much money, or that waistline, whichever one you are, or maybe you're all, comparison is the thief of joy. So your self-worth and self-confidence keep taking hits that you're giving to it. Again, only take the message if it resonates. It's taking hits, your self-esteem, but they're hits that you're giving yourself by comparing yourself to others. Well, so-and-so's wife doesn't do that. So-and-so's boyfriend doesn't do that, etc., etc. So comparing your partner, your relationship, or yourself to other people could be very detrimental. Well, it is detrimental to relationships, but some of you actively engage in that. You might not even realize you're doing it. Maybe this reading is a little bit of an eye-opener that you are. Let's get into love now, like love. If you're currently in a relationship, or maybe it's a past relationship, or if you're totally single, this could be lessons you need to learn for a future relationship. Let's see what comes out now, and then we'll get into tarot. Tapping into the Libra collective. What can you tell me about their current, former, or next relationship? One more shuffle. Thank you. Celebration. Good times come from hard work, time spent in good company. Bottom of the deck, we have twin flame. A spiritual connection between you and your twin flame. Some of you are with a twin flame counterpart. Some of you are not. Some of you are with a karmic or a soulmate. You had an experience with your twin flame at some point in your life, and you compare your current person to that person. So your current person, because you see your twin flame, one, through the lens of twin flame, but two, through this rose-colored glasses where they're just so perfect. This comparison robs your current relationship of any celebration or real forward movement, because your current partner will never be good enough because they don't match up to your twin flame. For others of you, you are currently in a connection that you think is your twin flame, and it's not. It's a twin flame catalyst or a false flame. And the karmic lesson here is for you to learn that you are too passive in relationships. You need to learn what boundaries are, or you may have to learn how to effectively communicate your wants, needs, and desires in order to have true celebration in your life. You may be with a karmic or soulmate for 5, 10, 20, 50 years, and their only intended purpose was to teach you a lesson. And if you're resonating with that portion of the reading, your lesson was you're too passive. You don't effectively communicate your wants and needs. In fact, you will suppress what you want even intimately, just not to have any confrontation with your partner. So you stay in a connection that you want celebration in, but there really is no true victory or celebration in, because your wants, needs, and desires are never truly expressed, and therefore your person doesn't really know how to give them to you because they don't even know what they are. I hope that made sense for some of you. For some of you, one or two of you may be in a twin flame connection. Others of you had a brush with it in the past, and this new person, they could be the best thing on the face of the planet, but you compare them to that twin flame, so they're never going to be good enough. For others of you, you think you're with a twin flame, but it's a false flame or a twin flame catalyst, meaning once you learn this lesson of being too passive, that's when this relationship disintegrates and you actually meet your twin flame, or are reunited with the twin flame if you met them many years prior. 6 cards here, please, for the Libra collective regarding their love life. Additional messages here for Libra. One more shuffle. Thank you. 5 of Cups in the upright clarifies the too passive card. Yep. Comparison, clarified by Knight of Wands. Celebration, clarified by 4 of Pentacles. Twin flame card, clarified by 9 of Pentacles. And then most near future outcome, we have the Hermit. And we have the 6 of Swords. Bottom of the deck, 7 of Wands to the Emperor. You have a divine counterpart. I don't believe you're with that person. I know you don't want to hear that. So the too passive card is being clarified by the 5 of Cups. So whether you're experiencing this in one connection, or you have experienced this in a series of romantic connections in your life, there's always this feeling of loss and despair and grief because you don't get what you want out of the connection. But the realization here, Libra, is for you to look at this realistically and say, and maybe this reading helps you do that, I don't know. The reason why I'm always experiencing these feelings of loss and grief and sadness and not having my wishes fulfilled is because I don't really vocalize what I want and need out of this connection. So how can my partner give me what I want when I'm not telling them? I'm not initiating intimacy, but then I get mad that they're not doing it either. So there's a need here for that. There's a need here for those of you who are passive aggressive in a connection. there's a need for you to look and be honest with yourself that there are times in the connection in the past that were very difficult or painful, and that you may have blamed your person for them at the time, but now you have to look at it realistically and admit to yourself that that sorrow or loss or grief was incurred by your hands because you were passive aggressive, because you didn't effectively communicate what was wrong or what was going wrong or what you wanted or needed. Because you didn't express it for whatever reason, you allowed that frustration to pent up and that resentment to like pent up, bottle up inside of you until you got, maybe became very mean or emotionally, withdrawn or whatever from the connection. And that's you then being catty or Five of Wandish, poking and passive aggressiveness, kind of arguing, bickering with your person. And that makes them distance themselves from you. So then there is loss and grief in the connection. So I could take that Five of Cups card a couple different ways. Take the messages that resonate, leave what doesn't. The comparison card and that Knight of Wands is really interesting because the card says leave the past behind and see your new love or person for who and what they truly are. For some of you, you may have romanticized a past lover and you're looking at that person through rose-colored glasses. Like that's your ideal person. And why can't your person be like that person? The reality is if you take off the glasses and look at that person from the past realistically, they were not an emperor or a king. They were a Knight of Wands. They were inconsistent as all hell. So some of you have a past connection that you kind of put up on a pedestal, and this person was so passionate and so good looking, and they did this right and this right and this right, and everything was so perfect. And my new person or current person isn't like that. And that's why our connection isn't working out. But that was the best connection. If that was the best connection, why don't you have it anymore? Maybe because it really wasn't the best connection. Maybe it was Knight of Wands energy, in and out, inconsistent, immature, maybe intimate, passionate, hot and sexy, but that's kind of where it ends. But you have romanticized it, and now your current person or any new people that you end up with, they're never going to be good enough, but you're not real. That's really unfair. And I told you there's going to be a trigger warning on the reading, but if you're still with me, bravo to you. But yeah, some of you unfairly criticize a current partner or all future connections since that last person because you keep looking at them through rose-colored glasses and not seeing them for who and what they truly are. For others of you, you compare yourself to other individuals or your relationship to other individuals. Maybe you want your relationship to be as passionate as others, and you sit there lamenting, why can't it be? Or you wonder why it's not as exciting as other relationships. But when you compare that, again, comparison is a thief of joy. It robs you from looking at the benefits of your connection instead of looking at another connection, which, truth be told, you really don't know all the inside dirt on. You're just seeing the facade. It looks good. It looks fun. It looks flirty. It looks sexy. They look passionate about one another. Those two people can get home and rip each other's eyeballs out like two cats fighting over a can of tuna. You know what I mean? You don't know. But because you have like idealized them, like they're this, you've put that relationship on a pedestal. Now you're looking at yours. Well, my boyfriend doesn't do that for me. My girlfriend doesn't do that. My spouse doesn't do that. Maybe those people are just appearances, and that's not really who they are behind closed doors or in private. So it could be very unfair to your relationship that you're comparing it to this like relationship that you sort of idolized, but isn't really rooted in reality. There's a need here for you as you're moving forward in this connection or future connections for you to not hold back, not to be too passive. When you're celebrating and having a good time, let your person know that. I'm really enjoying watching this movie with you right now. I really appreciate that you cooked dinner. There's a need here during the celebration to not Four of Pentacles hold back, but instead be like these two individuals on the card, which they're talking about what's before them, and they're sharing their experience, and they're laughing. There's an exchange here in the card. Now in the card they're exchanging gifts, but in terms of tarot and the message I'm getting, it's like exchanging kind words with your person. Don't be too passive and hold back. And then we have twin flame to the Nine of Pentacles. Some of you, I'm going to clarify the Nine of Pentacles. Some of you will not, some of you are in a connection with someone who was specifically put on your path to teach you how to become the Nine of Pentacles, to teach you how to become independent, how to not be passive, how to speak up for yourself. The Nine of Pentacles card is, I don't need anyone. I don't need you. I may want you in my life, but I don't need you to survive. I can enjoy my own fruits of my own labor, right? I can take care of myself physically, emotionally, financially, etc., etc. I don't have to tolerate crap. I don't have to compare you to anyone. I'm happy and good by myself. I don't have to be passive, and I don't have to be passive aggressive to get my way or to get my point across. So some of you are with a twin flame that, I mean, not a twin flame, a twin flame catalyst, or like a karmic, maybe even a soulmate, but their intended purpose was to get you to Nine of Pentacles status, because after that, this is Junior Empress. That's what ascends you to Empress status. Your Venus, you're ruled by Venusian energy. I mean, in tarot, you are the Empress, you in Taurus. So some of you are with someone you think is your twin flame, and they're not. They're teaching you lessons to teach you all of this stuff. So when you can become independent and stand on your own, do that soul searching and move forward, that's when you not only become a true divine counterpart, but that's when you then meet your divine counterpart. Further clarify this Nine of Pentacles card here, please, for Libra. One more shuffle. Thank you. Seven of Swords in the upright. Seven of Pentacles in the upright. And the Ace of Swords. It's the truth. Bottom of the deck, Nine of Cups. You now have two very independent cards in the Minor Arcana portion of Tarot. It doesn't get more independent than Nine of Pentacles and Nine of Cups, and you have both of them. This person, lesson. Seven of Pentacles, Seven of Swords, was for you to pause and look at your own behavior and your person's behavior and toxic traits you may have about comparing yourself, your relationship, your partner to other relationships, people, and other people's partners. There was a lesson here. That's the truth. That's the Ace of Swords. That was to give you clarity. And once you do that, then, and you're single, free, and clear of this connection, and you learn what unconditional love is, yeah, Queen of Pentacles. I think for a lot of you, it's financial. Some of you stayed or currently are staying in a connection for the financial resources. And I'm not saying you're a gold digger, but you may feel like, well, if I get a divorce now, I'm going to lose half of what I have. But you're not going to meet your twin flame, and your current relationship will never grow past this, ever, because that wasn't its intended purpose. So I'm not telling you to divorce your person. I'm telling you that clarity will come to you when you need it to come to you. Right now, there's a need here for you to heal these wounds inside of you. Being too passive, not speaking up for yourself, speaking up when it's too late in a passive-aggressive way, comparing yourself or your relationship or your person to past people or current people that you've put on other relationships, you've put on pedestals, and they really don't deserve to be there. So I would say work on that first before you think about ending your connection, because I think once you heal that within you, you'll know whether or not to heal your connection or not. Some of you will decide to leave it once you see the truth for what it is. So I can't give you that advice to leave your connection. I can just tell you energetically, most of you will once you do that work. Or if you're already disconnected and you're sitting there waiting for reconnection, if you really do this kind of, it's not really a deep shadow work. It's not anything like that. Some of the other signs had that. This is just some real deep introspection, being honest with yourself, journaling if you have to. But I feel like if you can do that, then you know your truth. Most of you will then want to not return to that past person, or you won't accept them. Like for those of you, you're single, but you're waiting for the past person. I think once you have that realization, you don't want them back. Or if they come back, you won't even accept them. Because then you understand not just where they failed the connection in the past, but where you failed it. And so once you learn that lesson, Libra, you're now on a higher vibration. So you're going to attract a different kind of person. If that person didn't do the work, like their part of the work, they're a vibrational mismatch to you. The connection will never come together. And if you're sitting in that connection and you're doing the work and they're not, it's still not going to improve. That's why I think do the work is my recommendation. And if the connection doesn't work, it will leave your life. It's like if you don't do it, Tower moment will kind of happen, because you're supposed to be on path for a twin flame connection. You could choose to stay in the karmic connection, but don't expect it to ever be a twin flame connection. No matter how much you criticize your partner or compare them or you or to other people, it's still never going to become that, because that's not its intended purpose. So I feel like once you do the inner healing work, then you'll know what to do next. I hope that made sense for you. Take the messages that resonate, leave the ones that don't. And if none of them made sense to you, just check one of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. But if you found this to be helpful, please click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, darling, I'm wishing you good luck with this journey, as well as light, love, and peace. Hello, Scorpio. All right, let's see what we have for you, my love. I'm going to give you the same kind of trigger warning I've given the other signs, because some of these have gone pretty deep. Okay, so it's not the typical love relationship reading where we're looking at your feels, their feels, and the feels in between. Okay, we're looking at you specifically, what blocks or challenges you face, what you can do to heal them or rectify them. And then and then we'll take a look at your current or maybe like a past or next relationship, really whatever comes out in that deck of cards, okay? But I do want to give you the trigger warning because some of these have been pretty heavy. So let's see what we have for you. Tapping into the Scorpio collective now. What are the relationship blocks for Scorpio? All placements, please, for the Scorpio collective. What relationship blocks or challenges do they currently face? One more shuffle. Thank you. We have Judgment. Bottom of the deck, we have Body Shame. So, some of you, and again, just take the messages that fit and leave the ones that don't, because I'm talking to a big collective, okay? Some of you are quick to count someone out. This could be because maybe you have high expectations for the relationship. Maybe you and your partner are not on the same page, because maybe you want different things out of the connection. And that doesn't mean indefinitely, but maybe at this time you do. Or if it's a past relationship that you're looking at and reviewing at this time, you could could have found yourself in connections in the past where, because you had an expectation of what an ideal relationship looked like, you were quick to judge the person if they didn't meet those milestones or those goalposts or your expectations. It's possible some of you with a Judgment card are reconnecting with someone from the past at this time, or you're in a relationship where it's like a makeup, breakup, makeup, breakup. And part of the reason why the relationship continues to fail, I'm not putting all the blame on you. We're not looking at your person. I'm sure they have a whole litany of things that they've done wrong, right? But we're just talking about you now, right? Because this reading is about how can you be a better Scorpio? And in being a better Scorpio, then how do you show up in your romantic relationships as a better partner? That's the purpose of this reading. So we're going to go a little deep here. So don't get offended. I only work here. And the reading is just meant to help. Some of you are in a relationship where it's on again, off again, on again. But your role in the relationship being off again is you don't, even though there's a throat chakra going, okay, some of you don't really forgive your person for their past indiscretions. You say you do, and I think you mean it, where we're going to wipe the slate clean this time. Okay, I forgive you for, I don't know, lying by omission or not telling me the full truth or whatever it is, whatever indiscretion or transgression you feel that they had or they did or whatever against you. And it's like, okay, clean slate. But then the moment you even suspect, not even that you have facts, you suspect that they're doing something that they did in the past, you're like, I'm out. You're effing with me again. And in that respect, it's a harsh, negative judgment of your person, judging them based on something they did in the past, which they may or may not be doing now. But because you never really truly forgave them, you kind of internally are still waiting for them to F up and do that again. And the moment you suspect they are, you accuse them of doing it when maybe in reality they're really not. So that's a message for some of you. A second message that just came through, some of you judge the person you're with, or maybe all the people you've been with, I don't know, based on one really bad relationship that you had. And if you're totally single, if you don't heal that wound within yourself, because the Judgment card does talk about going inward, listening to your inner calling, and doing some self-reflection, like doing what's best for you. So if you're totally single and you don't recognize that maybe I do unfairly judge my partners based on their past indiscretions or past indiscretions of other people that I've been with, if that's not healed within you, then the next relationship you get into, you're going to do the same thing. You're really not going to give them a fair shake, because the moment you think you see a red flag, even though it's really not a red flag, but you think you see it, it's like you're out, or you're treating them unfairly, or you're withdrawing, or you want to bail on the connection. So there's a need here for the Scorpio collective, whether you want to apply this to your current connection that maybe you're in and out with, or maybe you're having a rebirth with. There's a need here that if you want to forgive your person, you truly, truly have to forgive them. And that means the next time you think they're doing something of the past, you can't hold it against them. You can sit down and talk about it. I'm not saying to overlook it or ignore it. You definitely have to acknowledge your feelings. But if your person says, but I'm really not doing that, or I really wasn't there, I was here instead, and they're able to clarify it or give you the assurance you need, you kind of have to let it go. It's either like you're going to trust them or you're not. But you can't keep judging them based on past mistakes that they made. And for others of you, you're judging relationships based on old hurts from old past relationships. You assume that the person is doing exactly what Marie did or exactly what Joe did, right? And then for others of you where you're completely single, if that's not healed within you, you're going to carry those hurts and pains into the next relationship and unfairly treat your next partner based on hurts and pains from the past. The secondary message that we have here is body shaming. I'm getting a lot of downloads right now on this. I literally just got chills just now. So, first message. Some of you body shame yourselves. You feel like you're unattractive. You may feel you're unattractive because you are or are currently in a connection, or you were in a connection or connections in the past where maybe you weren't chosen, or it didn't work out, or the person left you for someone else. And you could feel it's because you didn't have the perfect waistline, or your biceps aren't as, built as the other guys, or whatever it is. There's some body shaming here where you feel like you're not physically attractive enough because someone, or maybe multiple people in the past, rejected you. And they could have rejected you for a whole host of other reasons, but you have taken it as, well, maybe if I looked better, or I had a flatter stomach, or my hair was silkier, or again, whatever that is for you, they wouldn't have left me. For others of you, the body shaming is you may body shame your person without like verbalizing it. You could be passing judgment on your person, on their body, because you compare their body to maybe an ex of yours who was maybe like really smoking hot to you. And you might not say anything to your person, but maybe when you're intimate or whenever you see them walking around the house with a towel around their waist, whatever the case is, you might think, oh, they don't have the they don't have the six pack that so and so had, or they don't have the flat stomach that she had, and whoever she is from the past. So a couple of different messages came through there on that body shaming thing, but yeah, for some of you, you body shame yourself because of past relationships that didn't work out. You think it's because like if you looked better, the person would have picked you or been with you. I don't think that that's it at all. For others of you, you judge your person based on a past person you were with. I have another message coming through that some of you are either in a relationship or you were in a relationship in the past where there was not the amount of intimacy that you may have needed or desired. And it could have been for a whole host of other reasons. Maybe your person had another person. Maybe your person had a lower sex drive than you do. Maybe maybe you were sexually incompatible. You like different things in bed. Maybe they had performance issues, but you somehow at some point in your past have applied that to, well, it's because of how I look that they had performance issues, or they turned to someone else, or we weren't as intimate as I would have liked. And instead of looking at it like maybe there's something literally physically medically wrong with them, or there's a sexual incompatibility, or there were other issues here at play that grew some type of intimate distance between us, you instead have internalized it like it's because of your body. So there's lots of messages, but the overall theme here, regardless of which of those messages resonated with you, for some it's one or a couple or maybe all, at the end of the day, there's a need here for you to pass judgment on yourself when it comes to your body and your person's body. Like, you need to work on accepting your physical form the way you are. And for those of you who are like, you're not totally accepting your person, you're going to have to accept them as well if you want to be with them. So it's accepting yourself and your partner, flaws and all, internally, but also physically. And it's being able then to be vulnerable enough with your person to be intimate, in broad daylight. I don't mean on a city sidewalk. I mean, as I'm looking out to my little quaint one-horse town, Main Street there, that I see from this window. Every now and then I literally do see someone go down on a horse. But there's a need here for you to accept yourself, flaws and all, and to make that judgment call, so you can be vulnerable enough to have intimacy with your person in broad daylight, meaning like with actual daylight, or at night with the lights on. Like, can you do that? Do you feel, regardless of your size, do you feel beautiful enough to disrobe in full daylight in front of your person? Because if not, then you have a body issue with yourself. I remember coming out of my marriage, I'll tell you a quick story. Coming out of my marriage, we had not been intimate for probably 3 or 4 years, which was a bit of a catalyst for me to leave the connection, or at least the awareness that I was like, this is done and dead with. We're living in different bedrooms on different sides of the house, like roommates. What the hell am I doing? I thought to myself, I'm 45, 46 years old. I could find anyone to be my roommate, probably someone I get along with better, right? That I have more things in common with, if I'm just going to spend the rest of my life not being intimate or never being touched by a man again. And he had his own issues. We also created issues within our relationship that, we had these underlying resentments against one another, and that drew us apart intimately. But instead, I took it as body shaming myself, like I must not be attractive enough for him. And that wasn't the case at all. When I was with my person that I'm with now, which is the person I was with after my marriage, we've been on and off for a couple of years. I kind of have shared my story with you in innuendo-ish kind of ways in some of your readings. One of the beautiful things that he did for me was, we're disrobing one another first time we're being intimate, and I was just like trying to like cover myself, because at 46 years old, your body doesn't look like it looked like when you were 26, or I don't care how good you take care of yourself. It just doesn't. And I remember him turning the lights on, we had this moment. Maybe it wasn't the first time we were intimate. Maybe it was the second or third time. Had this moment where he like turned the lights on. I was like, oh my God, what is he doing? And behind the door was like a full-length mirror. I was like, oh no. And he takes me in front of a full-length mirror and grabs my little pudgy pouch on my belly. And he's like, I love this. And I have some scars on me from surgeries and stuff. And he was like, I love this. And I just stood there crying in the mirror while this man, who I thought was like this Olympic god, standing before me, right? Because I still find him to be very attractive looking. And there he is pointing out my flaws that he knew bothered me because I had already verbally expressed them. Like, I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry I got a scar here. And I'm trying to explain these little like scars that I have on me. And he just wanted me to know that he loved all of it. And that for me helped to restore a lot of my self-confidence, because I felt like I'm finally with someone who really loves me for who I am. And that helped me to start working on my, my self-confidence and stuff, so I can be more intimately vulnerable with him. But yeah, some of you, if you've been in that type of relationship like I was in the past, where you're not very intimate with your person, you may have put it on you that there's something wrong with you. Maybe you have a C-section scar. Maybe you have, not that I have that, but maybe you do. Maybe you had a cyst removed like I did, and you have a surgery scar. There could be a whole host of things that you find to be shameful or you're embarrassed of. Could be stretch marks, right? We all get them as we age. You lose weight, gain weight over time. It happens. Maybe your breasts aren't as perky as they used to be. Whatever that is for you, I assure you, you are looking at it way more negatively than your person is. Way more. You're a much harsher critic to yourself than your counterpart is. So if you've been in a relationship like that in the past, where maybe things didn't work out or there wasn't a lot of intimacy, really, it's a time to go back mentally and reflect on that connection, or if you're currently in it, and say, it failed or is failing for all of these other reasons. And it had absolutely nothing to do with the scar, the cellulite, the weight gain, the white hair, any of it. Didn't have anything to do with any, that physical stuff had nothing to do with this. Okay? So please stop body shaming yourselves. And there's a need here to revisit past relationships that maybe made you feel like you weren't good enough because, again, you weren't chosen, or they didn't have a lot of intimacy with you, or the relationship ended and you took it as a hit to your self-esteem, and it resulted in you looking at yourself, in a negative way, or you've put on weight gain, or you've got pregnancy weight, or whatever that is for you. Do you want to improve yourself? Sure, you can. Right? There's things you can do. There's over-the-counter stuff for scars. There's, centers where, like, legit skin centers you can go to for acne or scars or whatever else. There's diets you can do. There's exercising at home. Or you can just stay the way you are and love yourself. But I mean, if you want to improve yourself, you can, if you're able to, right? Don't hurt yourself. Don't harm yourself by trying to change yourself, right? But if you want to be a healthier you certainly can be. But at the end of the day, there's a need here for the Scorpio collective to love themselves the way they are, particularly when it comes to your physical form. Okay, let's see what we can get now out of love. Tapping into the Scorpio collective now, all placements, and the same with your person, because my person has scars. He's had a surgery. And as much as I look at him like he's an Adonis, and I probably always will, even when he's 99 years old, the fact is and I never have, I never would, but I shouldn't ever be in a position to body shame him or compare him in my head to a celebrity or a football player or someone I dated when I was 20 years old. That's not fair. He's a man in his 50s. He's not a 20-year-old. And just like I don't want him to compare me to the 26-year-old version of me, I also can't compare him to the 26-year-old version of him or of someone else. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, there's a need here for you to not body shame yourself, or to maybe even look at your partner differently, maybe as they're aging or something like that. But particularly more geared for yourself, especially for those of you who have been like, you felt neglected or abandoned in a past connection, please don't. Even if your person was so despicable and said it had something to do with your body, just know that it didn't. It didn't. All right, let's tap into love now for the Scorpio collective. Current, past, and future relationship. What do you have for Scorpio? All placements, please. One more shuffle. Thank you. Embrace. Find peace with your current state of being. And notice these two people I was saying about like being in the light and being naked and being vulnerable and accepting yourself and one another. And then you get the embrace card. So in order, and it might not apply to all of you, but in order for you to really be physically vulnerable with your person, whether you're currently with someone or not, just in the future, there's a need here for you to like not judge yourself or them based on flaws and scars and stretch marks and body weight and all of that stuff. That's where that true intimacy comes from. Bottom of the deck, retreat, time spent alone, reflection on past or current situations. I was saying there's a need for you to kind of reflect back, either if you're currently in a connection that makes you feel this way or past relationships that did. Because being able to see them for what they were or are, and that they failed or are failing for other reasons other than what your body looks like. Okay, let's get into tarot now. Love this message for the Scorpio collective. 6 cards now, please, for the Scorpio collective. We have the Devil to the 5 of Wands. Yeah, it's a toxic way of thinking, you know, body shaming yourself with negative thoughts definitely is a toxic thought trait. That, and 5 of Wands could be internal conflict. So looking at yourself in the mirror, you know, I'm going to post a link to affirmations. So when I left my marriage, and every now and then I still do it, there's a website that I found. I'll post a link in the pinned comment section of daily affirmations. You take one every day. And I would wake up in the morning. First thing I did, literally, look in the mirror and read one of the affirmations for that day. Like, and I repeated a couple of different times. And it'll say like, you know, I have a pretty smile. I don't. My teeth are crooked. My parents couldn't afford braces growing up, right? My brothers were gifted with straight teeth out of birth without braces, but I was not. But if you can acknowledge your flaws, big ones and little ones, with those daily affirmations, you start becoming more comfortable with them and accepting them, and you start loving that part about yourself a little bit more. So I'll post that link below for you. Give me 6 cards here, please, for Scorpio. What other messages do you have? Yeah, I need to like rewire your thinking from looking at a part of your body in a negative way to looking at it in a positive way. 6 cards here, please, from the top of the deck for the Scorpio collective. All placements. What else do you have here for their current, past, or future romantic relationship? One more shuffle. Wow. Thank you. We have the 9 of Wands, and that Devil came out again. So 9 of Wands to the Devil. Really interesting. Really interesting how this came out. So I'll show you in a second how the cards came out. So Judgment card clarified by the 9 of Wands. The body shaming clarified by the Devil. The Embrace card clarified by 9 of Pentacles. The Retreat card clarified by the 3 of Wands. And then in your near future, you have the 8 of Cups. I love it. And the 5 of Cups. I want to get one more on the 5 of Cups from the bottom of the deck. Justice. Okay. I love it. Okay. And then the Hermit, which is that retreat of the soul, of the soul. Yeah, of the soul searching. I like this for you. If you choose to do it, right? You don't have to. This is just a way for you to become a better, healthier Scorpio. So then you can show up in a better, more vulnerable, loving way in your connections. I like this a lot. And look at that. The Hermit to the 3 of Swords is like hurting all of these past traumas where maybe you judged yourself, your body harshly, or you were quick to judge your person on things a past person did or things that your person did in the past. So really interesting. That Judgment card is clarified by the 9 of Wands. We know the 9 of Wands, for me as a reader, is a card of repetition. This person shows up every day on the battlefield, and by the end of the day, they don't win, they don't lose, they retreat, and then they show back up the next day, wounded and bandaged, ready to fight another day. And it's a card of pattern. Right, because this person neither wins or loses every day. They just have the perseverance to keep showing up on the battlefield. So some of you have this pattern in your relationships where you judge your person based on past hurts from past lovers, or you judge your person based on things they did in the past, which you claimed you forgave them for, but really you didn't. You said it and maybe you had good intent, but you really didn't heal it within you. And then the next time you think they're doing it again, you're quick, it's a trigger for you, and you're quick to go off on them or want to leave the relationship. Ghost them, exit, not talk to them for a few hours, not talk to them about it. You still show up the next day maybe in the relationship, but for that day, it's like a retreat. And meanwhile, the person really didn't do anything. So there's a need here for those of you who are resonating with that message to really look at that pattern of behavior, then order for this relationship current or in the future to have a fair chance. You're going to have to give that person the fair chance. Body shaming was clarified by the devil. That's a toxic trait that you have, for those of you that resonate with that message, where it's counterproductive for you to sit there and pick yourself apart because of a myriad of issues you think you have. It's a toxic trait to speak negatively about yourself to others, even if you think you're doing it in a joking way. You're still body shaming yourself. Or if you're just doing it internally because you look in the mirror and you don't really like what you see. There's a need to heal that within yourself, that negative thought pattern. And for others of you, you may internally think negatively of your person's body because they're aging or they've gained some weight, and there's a need for you to rid yourself of that toxicity too. Just like you need to just like you need to work on accepting yourself, flaws and all, there's also a need for you to accept your person, flaws and all. And if you can't, then you can exit the relationship, but it's not fair to keep them in it and for you to, in a toxic way, continue to judge them, whether you're vocally doing it or you're internally doing it. In order to be really vulnerable with your romantic connections, your intimate connections, there's a need for you to be the most badass woman, and it's just an energy, could be male, but the most badass person in tarot. And for me, that's the Nine of Pentacles, because this person doesn't need anyone. They may want a partner. They may want multiple partners. I don't know her history, right? I say her because there's a woman on the card, but I don't know this person's history. But I know that they're self-sufficient. I know that they can take care of themselves financially, spiritually, physically, etc., etc. This person's very content in their own space. They're content with their body. They don't need to be with someone so their electricity stays on. They don't need to be with someone in order to, look pretty. They'll doll themselves up, masculine or feminine, before they go to the corner store for a gallon of milk. This is someone who likes looking good and feeling good for no other reason but that they like looking good and feeling good for themselves. And that's when you can be truly vulnerable with another human being. So, maybe there's a need for some of you to become a little bit more independent, whether you're in a connection or not. That could be a sidebar message for one or two of you. Like my person and I are two very independent person. When we're together, it's passion, and we can go all day not talking to one another because he's busy with his job and I'm busy doing this, or I'm renovating my 1860s Victorian. I do a lot of the work myself during the day. So, there's a need, maybe for you to be independent within a connection. That will also empower you enough to be more vulnerable within it. So there could be a need for something like that. Like I was saying, my person, I can go long distance of time, long amounts of time not talking throughout the day, and maybe just catch up at night because he was super busy or I was super busy. So I think there's a need here that independence for some of you, for some, not all, might be the gateway or might be the key for you to really be like so at peace with yourself and so proud of yourself for your own accomplishments that you can do things without a person. You can enjoy your alone time. There's a difference between being alone and being lonely. My mom hounds me for this all the time because he and I are not yet living together, and we've been on,
on and off for a couple of years, but, and we're more on now than ever, which is great. Thank you for the sunflowers, darling, if you're watching. This one's drooping. But anyway, but I like, and she'll say to me, but don't you want to live with him? I mean, don't you get lonely eating dinner, you know, alone at night? No, I don't. There's a difference between being alone and being lonely. And I really like my independence and my quiet time. I'm really not sure if I want to go back to living with someone 24/7. I mean, I guess eventually I do. But after coming out of a 24-year marriage, last couple of years, I kind of really liked my independence. If I want to eat a slice of cold pizza for breakfast, I can. I don't have to answer to anyone, and I don't have to prepare a meal for anyone, you know? So, and I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just saying I feel like there's a need here for someone watching to claim your own independence, even within the connection. That is a healthy thing to do, and that might give you the peace and solitude within yourself, and being proud of yourself for your accomplishments, so you're able to do things and grow and expand as a person without, you're not doing it for anyone else, right? You're doing it for you. That's going to boost your self-confidence. And so when you're vulnerable with this person or the next person, you'll be able to do it in a more comfortable way. And then that retreat to the Three of Wands, I feel like there's a need here for you to spend some time alone, thinking about all the messages that came through today, obviously only taking the ones that resonate. But I feel like the body shaming, Three of Wands, at some point after you do this, you're going to have to turn your back to it. Three of Wands, I'm turning my back to the past because I'm looking into the future. I'm not taking my past stuff with me. The only thing that this person, aside from standing in between the two rods, which for me are like 11, it's like the start of the 11-11, then you get to the Four of Wands, actually is the 11-11 card, but it's like the first half of the 11. But in order to do that, I have to hold the Ace of Wands, which is a brand new passionate beginning, and turn my back to the past when I do that. So I feel like after this time of retreat and contemplation, there is a need for you to say, when I tell someone I forgive them, I leave it in the past. I'm really leaving it in the past. I'm not going to presume they're doing it again when I have no facts. If all those relationships that hurt me in the past, I'm not going to judge my current or future person. I'm really turning my back and leaving that in the past. If I've body shamed myself or my person, even if I did it internally to myself, I'm going to leave that behavior in the past. If I can't drop the toxic, I shouldn't say toxic. If I can't drop the negative thoughts of my person, then I'm going to have to turn my back on that relationship and leave it in the past. But I can't exist repeating patterns that aren't healthy for me or my person. I can't exist thinking negative thoughts of me or them. It's not conducive to the relationship. So these are habits I have to leave in the past. Being too dependent on someone, I have to leave that in the past. I have to become more independent within the connection. Not being vulnerable in a connection, I have to leave that in the past and truly be vulnerable with my person. But I feel like that's after a period of like hermit mode and, you know, hermit to the Three of Swords here, like healing all those different little traumas and heartbreaks and negative thoughts of yourself. You know, they mount up over time. So there's a need, like once you feel all this and you recognize it and you heal it, then there's a need to really turn your back on it. And then once you do that, we have Emperor. So you're either then in a more of a divine masculine or feminine energy, or you're with your, if you're single, then you meet your divine counterpart, right? Because you've elevated. I feel it's more like you coming into your power. Yeah, because I have Emperor to the Page of Cups. I feel like that's what puts you in the Emperor or Empress status. Because the Emperor or Empress, they are not quick to judge people. They can't be. They're managing an entire empire. You can't go around beheading everyone. You'd be the worst emperor. Your empire would fall. Think about the empires of the past. The ones that were ruled quite ruthlessly did not last very long. I mean, really terribly ruthlessly. The ones that had some law and order lasted a lot longer. So I think there's a need here for you to take control of your life, but in an effort, or of your romantic relationships, like a more balanced approach, like an emperor or empress would be, is like the first step to getting there is retreating and doing the healing of these past hurts and traumas, and then turning your back on them so those cycles aren't repeated. And then I like this because I said, like, once you turn your back on it, the Eight of Cups, like the way it came out, it's literally emotionally leaving behind all of that stuff, the patterns, the saying you forgive your person, you really don't, body shaming them or yourself. It's not being vulnerable, the lack of being independent. A little bit of a dark night of a soul here. I'm going to be honest with you, and I see Hermit to the Devil. But, and I'm not, no one's saying you have to do all of this in a 24-hour period, but if you continue to focus on it, then it becomes a journey, a soul-searching journey to heal these past traumas within yourself. So then, yeah, you do show up in a current relationship or a future relationship as the Emperor or Empress. And it is Five of Cups to the Eight of Cups, saying goodbye to the old you, or the old way you thought of yourself, or the old way you judged your person. It's saying goodbye to that portion of you. Scorpio season would be a good time to do. I'm surprised we didn't see the Death card, because that is your energy. But yeah, it's like a new Scorpio. I like this. And again, it's only for those of you who want to do this. But if you do, you then have recalibrated yourself and you're a lot more balanced. You're a lot more fair then. You show up in a more balanced way for yourself and for your connections. And again, Emperor to the Justice card could then be a divine counterpart, whether you're currently with them or it's a new person that you meet. It's like then you're on the path for karmic justice, because you've recognized these relationship flaws within yourself. And by course correcting that, you now put yourself on a more positive karmic path in respect to love. And that, yes, then puts you on path for a counterpart. Or if you're currently with a person, puts them on path now to make the adjustments they need so they can meet you at that same level. So I like this for you, Scorpio, a lot. We went a little deep there. So just, take the messages that resonate, leave the ones that don't, obviously. But yeah, a need here for the collective to be kinder towards themselves and their person. Definitely check out that link in the comment section with those daily affirmations. Learn to love yourself. And when you say that you truly forgive someone, especially a romantic partner, make sure that you really do forgive them. Like, don't say you do if you really can't. Don't wipe the slate clean if you really can't. And if you're still holding on to past hurts and heartbreaks from the past, and you're clearly not ready to embrace a new relationship, and that's okay. That just means you need time to heal so you don't judge the next person unfairly for the sins of the past person or past people. That's what I have for you, my love. If those messages did not resonate with you at all, just check your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. But if this is where we part for now, I wish you a lot of luck with your journey. I've been on it for quite some time, and I might incorporate a couple of these messages into it. So good luck with your journey. And until I read for you again, I'm wishing you light, love, and peace. Sagittarius, let's see what messages come through for you today, my dear. Now, this is not your typical relationship reading where we're looking at your feels and their feels and all the feels in between. In this particular reading, we're looking at you specifically, my dear. What blocks or challenges you may face in your past or current love connections, romantic connections, and what you can possibly do to heal those issues or correct those issues for yourself. And then we will take a look at a former, current, or maybe even a future relationship for you. So a little bit of a trigger warning that some of these readings have gone really deep, but I think it's an essential reading. I was called to do it during meditation. It's a way for all of us to become a better version of ourselves. And in doing that, we then become a better partner, whether we're currently in a relationship or maybe a future connection that we'll have. So let's see what relationship blocks we have for you. Tapping into the Sagittarius collective. I've done like 3 hours of talking now, or at least it feels that way. So my voice is going. I apologize. So tapping into the Sagittarius collective now for all placements, blocks, and challenges for the Sagittarius collective when it comes to their romantic connections. One more shuffle. Thank you.
we have not compatible. And bottom of the deck, we have love's the answer. Okay. So some of you don't really believe that there's a match for you out there, or you have identified a specific person in your life that you want to be with and have to be with. And if you can't be with that person for whatever the reasons are, you would just rather be completely alone. Because you don't believe that there's another match out there for you. So in that respect, this card is saying that even though, well, first of all, the card is saying we have multiple soulmates in our lifetime, karmic, platonic, and romantic ones. And so just because maybe a handful of those relationships, like romantic relationships, didn't work out, doesn't mean that you have to close your heart chakra to a future connection. So it's almost saying like it's okay that those former or prior soulmate connections didn't pan out. There was a reason for them. There were lessons that you had to learn, or they were just part of your journey here in the 3D. But that doesn't mean that you don't have another one or many other ones on your path. But of course, you won't be aligned to them if you don't open yourself up to them. For some of you, the secondary message here I'm getting for the Love's the Answer card is that you feel like you have to be in a relationship. You don't know how to be independent without one. So I feel like the messages coming through today are for two very different groups of Sagittarians. Group A feels like I have identified the person I want to be with, and because I can't be with them, I don't want to be with anyone. So it's like there's a need here for you in that respect to open your mind and open your heart. And then I have a secondary group of Sagittarians here who feel like I have to be in a relationship with anyone, even if it's a karmic. I don't care if it's a negative, repetitive cycle. I just don't want to be alone. And in that respect, there's a need here. If you're identifying with group 2, then there's a need here for you to work on being independent of a relationship and knowing that you can be okay without someone. And when you, in the future, decide, if you ever do, to open yourself up, that there will be other soulmates on path for you. But you don't need to be in a relationship to exist. It's almost like for group 2, you kind of have to, and you don't have to do anything, right? You have the divine gift of free will. But for group 2, where you're feeling that way, like love will solve all of my problems, it won't. Especially if it's the wrong kind of love, right? If it's a karmic kind of love or a toxic kind of love, that actually creates more problems for you. So there's a need here for you to be, or to work on like being independent and not being so like toxic codependent. So it's almost like resonating with the need to like align yourself with the energy of the 9 of Pentacles, because the 9 of Pentacles individual, they don't need anyone. They want a person, right? They want a partner. They'd love to have that 10th Pentacle so they can get to the 10 of Pentacles, but it's an individual who's very comfortable being on their own. They can provide for themselves financially, emotionally, physically, spiritually, etc., etc. And so if you can get on that frequency, then, and you open yourself up, you open your heart up to meeting someone, then you will be put on path to meet someone at that same vibration, someone who's just as independent as you. But if you're coming to love, like, I need anyone, I'll take anyone, that's such a low vibration that you're going to end up with one toxic person after another, probably individuals that you really aren't compatible with. And so those become those karmic connections. And that might turn you off and be like, well, see, that's because they're not like so-and-so. So, yeah. So two very distinct groups of Sagittarians here. Let's see what the love messages are, and then we'll get into tarot for you. Tell me more about Sagittarius, either current connection or if they're single, future connection, anything regarding a past connection here for the Sagittarius collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have ask your angels, seek the divine. Your angels want to support you. And bottom of the deck, we have patience. Manifestations are on the way. Let's get into tarot. So I kind of like this. I feel like for some of you, there's a need here maybe for you to connect to your higher self or a higher source. You can do that through meditation or any other practice that when you perform it, you feel like you're at peace, or you feel like you're grounded. So for some people, it's meditation. For other people, it's going out in nature. It could be working with crystals. It could be aromatherapy. Whatever that is for you. I mean, it could be exercise. It could be yoga. It's different for every single individual, but there's a need here for you to find a way, and it could be prayer as well, but there's a need here for you to like ask your angels for help when it comes to opening up your heart to someone other than the person you have originally identified as like, I have to be with that person or no one. It's like that person or bust. And I feel like in that respect, there's a conversation you need to have here with your inner self, your higher self, a higher source, to help you open up your heart chakra to other soulmates that are on your path that you may be blocking at this time because they're not A, B, C, or X, Y, and Z. And then for others of you where you're just really going from one terrible karmic connection or another, there's a need here again to have this inner dialogue like with yourself, your true inner self, as well as your higher self, higher source, to kind of help you recognize the lesson or lessons you're not learning from these karmic connections, so that once you learn those lessons and you heal from them, then you could be put on path for a divine counterpart. So then you're not just settling for anyone or anything because you're lonely. There's a difference between being alone and being lonely. Like the Five of Pentacles card depicts individuals or an individual who's lonely, right? That person is lonely in the Five of Pentacles. They're living in lack. They feel abundant. They don't feel good enough. The Nine of Pentacles is I am independent and I do feel good enough. So it's almost like a mind shift here is needed for some of you, going from a feeling of lack to feeling like I'm really good on my own and I don't really need someone. I want them, and I'm going to co-create with the universe to manifest an individual, but I don't necessarily need someone. I hope these messages are making sense to some of you. And then I feel like for you then, if you're realizing, oh, I do have other soulmates other than this person, or I don't have to have one karmic connection after another. There's something within me in respect to independence that I need to heal within me and grow within me. Then I can manifest what I want, not who I want, because, you know, individuals have a say on whether or not they want to be in a connection with you. So if you're manifesting a particular person, what you're going to end up receiving is one karmic connection after another that you're going to deem, or maybe even soulmate connections, but you're just going to deem them to be not compatible with you because they're not that person. But the fact is, you can't manifest a particular person. That's sort of being a divination abuser to some extent. You can say, these are the qualities I want in a person, and I'm open to meeting and receiving that person. But that other person that you're manifesting, they have their own divine gift of free will, and they have their own life path or journey, and only they can make the choice on whether or not to join their path with yours. So yeah, definitely a need here for you to have some patience. That manifestations are on the way, but then I feel like there's a need here for you to learn how to manifest correctly, and not, I just need someone so I'm not alone, or I just need that particular person, or I don't want anyone else. So these messages here are resonating for whether or not you're in group 1 or group 2 here. Let's get 6 cards now, please, for the Sagittarius collective. I think you're the only one that had, maybe Virgo did as well, I don't know, that have 2 distinct groups here. So if I'm crossing messages, I apologize. 6 cards here, please, for the Sagittarius collective regarding a past, current, or maybe even future connection for the Sagittarius collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. Sag, we have 2 of Swords in the upright, clarifying the not compatible card. The Loves the Answer card is being clarified by the Page of Swords.
Ask your angels is being clarified by the Wheel of Fortune, and the Patience card is being clarified by the Six of Swords. And 2 cards now, please, for the near future for Sag. We have the Four of Pentacles, and we have the Ten of Cups. Wow. And bottom of the deck, we have Six of Cups to the Hermit. So there is whether you're in group 1 or group 2, I feel like for those of you resonating with group 1, where you're like, it has to be that person or no one else, I feel like you're missing out. Two of Swords, the individual has a blindfold. You're not in touch or in tuned with your intuition. And therefore, you're indecisive about new people who come into your life because they're not that particular person. Or you make the decision after a while in the connection that I'm just not compatible with this person and I'm never going to find anyone because that person was the best person for me. If they were the best person for you, you would be with them now, is the message I just heard. So there's a need here for you to make the decision if you want, right? You have the divine gift of free will to make the decision that I'm not going to automatically judge a new connection based on the fact that they aren't the past connection that I so desire. For those of you in camp number 2, where you're like, love's the answer, so I'm going to stay in any connection regardless of how toxic it is, or I'm going to relationship jump because there's this desire in me to be loved. I feel for some of you, this could be a childhood wound. And that there's a need here for you to work on being independent. And that's clarified by the Page of Swords. And I'm getting 2 messages off that Page of Swords because the Page of Swords in this deck is looking towards the past. And so I feel like, and holding the Sword of Truth, right? The Ace of Swords. I think there's a need here for you to look back at past connections or maybe even past connections from your childhood. Because there could be some abandonment wounds here. There could be issues going back to your childhood where you had an absentee parent. And so you have this like a fear of abandonment, or maybe your parents divorced early on and they split and you didn't see one parent as much as you used to. For some of you, maybe you are a child of like adoption or foster care, and maybe growing up you didn't know your biological parents, and somewhere deep within you there's an abandonment wound that needs to be healed. For others of you, you could have had a role reversal in your relationship where it kind of became like you went one day for whatever reason, your parents divorced, or one parent got sick, or you were raised in a one guardian household, whatever it was. But it's like one day out of the blue, there was a role reversal, and next thing you know, you're like 10 years old, but you're the parent to an adult person because they're having their own issues. So maybe now you're a latchkey kid, or you're doing housework that typically a 10-year-old wouldn't do, or you're cutting the grass because you're trying to help mom, dad, or whomever maintain the property, or maybe you're raising your siblings when you're just a kid yourself. So there could be an abandonment wound here that I'm going to accept any kind of love, even if it's toxic, because I don't want to be alone. There's a fear here, or a connection, an internal connection here, that being alone means being lonely. And in that respect, there's a need with that Page of Swords, one, to look back into the future. Look back into the past and acknowledge those wounds and heal those wounds within you. But then there's also this need to acquire information, to be inquisitive with the Page of Swords on how can I become more independent? How can I feel fulfilled in existing on my own, as opposed to just having to be in a relationship for the sake of being in a relationship. So that love's the answer is like figuring out or finding out, how can I just love myself and be happy with that? The Ask Your Angels card, which is like telling you to like seek the divine, that your angels do want to support you. I feel like if you do that, that's where your Wheel of Fortune comes into play. That's your good luck. That's the spinning of the wheel into the next chapter of your life. So some of you maybe need to lean into religion or spirituality, prayer or meditation. I feel like help is there for you, but if you're not asking for it, it won't just be like volunteer to you. But if you want to change the course of this, where I need help, right? I need higher source guidance here on how to become more independent, on how to be able to be more Nine of Pentacle energy. Or I need some help here in opening up my heart chakra so I can accept a new divine counterpart, even though it's not that particular person. I feel like help is there for you, and that will enable you to like spin the wheel, move forward in good luck, in good faith. But again, it's a need for you to reach out. The Patience card, manifestations are on the way, is the Six of Swords card. And in this deck, it's so different because in other decks that I have, and I have like over 120 at this point, I'm going to get a bigger table actually, so I can better organize them. But anyway, in other decks, there's 2 people in the boat or there's 3 people in the boat. And this deck is unique because there's only one person. And I feel like that's the independent part. And so the manifestations are on the way, saying it's okay to be alone. You don't have to go from one toxic relationship or another. You can move into calmer waters by yourself. You don't have to stay in conflict or relationships with volatile, with a lot of volatility to them. These toxic connections, just because you don't want to be alone. You're okay on your own in this deck. And then I feel like once you get comfortable being alone and being independent, then your manifestations are, come into play for you. The Four of Pentacles to the Ten of Cups, I feel like that's the same message for both groups. You can hold on to this dream, Four of Pentacles. You can hold on to the dream of the Ten of Cups. You can, if you're in Group A, you can have the Ten of Cups with someone else. It doesn't have to be that person. And for Group 2, you can hold on to the vision or believe in it, hold on to the dream of it, that the Ten of Cups does exist there for you. But first, you must learn how to be independent of it, as opposed to just existing in one relationship after another because you're afraid of being alone. There is a soulmate, soul bond connection. Whether you're in Group A or Group B, see, there's heartache here that needs to be healed. Hermit to the Three of Swords. There's heartache here that needs to be healed. Again, could be childhood traumas, could be traumas from a series of adult relationships that you've had. Whatever it is for you, and it's different for all of you, once this introspection and soul searching concludes, or it's not a dark night of the soul though, so I don't feel like it's that heavy. I think it's more introspection of what love really is, opening up your mind to the possibility of multiple soulmates, opening up your heart chakra to accept them, to know that the Ten of Cups is there for you, even if it's not that past person, and that you don't have to stay in a connection that gives you the Three of Swords. It's okay to be independent and be Six of Swords. The Six of Cups will come to you when you can learn to comfortably be in the Six of Swords. And through that process, you become the Queen of Wands. Queen of Wands to the Six of Wands. That's fire, that's passion, and that is the most independent queen, whether you're masculine or feminine. Most independent queen in tarot. So that's when you're charismatic and charming and visually appealing to everyone, right? The Queen of Wands attracts the energy. She, he, or King of Wands walks into the room and they kind of become the center of attention. This is the individual who everyone wants to be their friend and everyone wants to sit next to them at the party, and they have enormous confidence. It's the visionary, it's the entrepreneur. So it's a little egoic of an energy, Queen of Wands to the Six of Wands, but I think regardless of which group or, which group you identify with here, I feel like that should be your eventual goal. Like, I eventually want to be that person, that I can be victorious in a love connection, that I can attract the Ten of Cups that I want, even if it's not that person. Or I can find victory in being alone, and the right person will come along in divine timing. All I need is patience, but in the interim, I have to be really comfortable in my own skin. So I really like this message here for you, Sag. That's what I have for you, my love. Wasn't too hard, so you can take the messages how they fit. But I feel like there's definitely, whether you're in camp 1 or camp 2, you know, group 1 or group 2, there's a need for you to hold on to the belief of the 10 of Cups, even if it's not with that past person. And for others of you, you will achieve the 10 of Cups, but first you must achieve independence, because a real healthy connection exists when the two people within it are not toxic codependent on one another, when they can be independent within the connection. Like my person and I are, he and I are just very independent in the connection. We can go all day not talking. If I'm busy working on my house or working on this or whatever else I'm doing, and he's busy with work, we don't need to give one another constant reassurance. Don't get me wrong, we'll text starting today, miss you, love you, hey, how's work, did you have lunch? But I don't need to be glued to the phone with him. And when I'm, you know, we're in one another's presence, we don't have to be glued to one another. We love one another. The relationship has tremendous passion and all of that good stuff, but we can be independent of one another. And I feel like that's the healthy relationship. And that was a lesson I had to learn, because in the past, I had the tendency to be like, well, I'm going to be with anyone because I don't want to be alone. So I feel like becoming the 9 of Pentacles sort of put me on the vibrational match to meet my counterpart, who also came into the relationship in the energy of the 9 of Pentacles, a very independent person. So yeah, I like these messages for you. So whether you're group 1 or group 2, know that the 10 of Cups is out there. If I said 10 of Pentacles, I'm sorry. I meant the 10 of Cups is out there for you. Don't give up on it, but definitely need to work on being independent, as well as opening up your mind and accepting that just because you can't be with a specific person doesn't mean that there's someone else out there who probably is better suited for you. Because if you're meant to be with that past person, you would be with them already, right? And you're not. So clearly there was a lesson there for you to learn. And I'm not saying you won't be with them in the future, but you have no guarantee of that. So why reject healthy love from another soulmate in the interim, especially when you don't know if you're reconnecting with that past person? I hope those messages were helpful to you. If they made absolutely no sense or you couldn't resonate with them, just check one of your other placements. But if you did enjoy them or you found them to be helpful or insightful, please click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, Sagittarius, I wish you a lot of luck with your journey, as well as light, love, and peace. Hello, Capricorn. I need to give you a little bit of a trigger warning ahead of time. This is not your typical relationship reading. We're not looking at your feelings and their feelings and all of that. What we're looking at today are blocks or challenges you may experience in a romantic connection, and what advice the cards here will give us, Source will give us, on how you can maybe heal those wounds within yourself, so you not only become a better Capricorn, but you become a better partner in either your existing relationship or a future relationship that you may find yourself in. So some of these messages have been super heavy. We'll see what comes out for you, my love. Tapping into the Capricorn collective, and I apologize for my voice, but I've been doing readings now for about 3 or 4 hours, so starting to lose the vocal cords there. Tapping into the Capricorn collective now, please. All placements for Capricorn. Relationship blocks or challenges for the Capricorn collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. Capricorn, we have too much. And then bottom of the deck, we have too much. Too much to too much work. Interesting. For some of you, when you enter a love connection, a romantic connection, you tell too much about yourself all at once. And for those of you currently in a relationship, that's a trait that you continue to have. It's almost like, I just heard you like to hear yourself talk. Oh, please don't get mad at me. I only work here. I can only relay the messages I receive. The card here is basically saying, it's a good thing that you express your wants, needs, and desires as often as you do. But in doing that, you sometimes forget to sit back and listen to your person's wants, needs, and desires. So that too much card, it's like you're a little too focused at times on what you want and need and not what your person wants and needs. And because of that, you could have in the past, or maybe you currently are, finding yourself in connections in the past or possibly a current connection now where you're really not in alignment with your partner, where you both want different things. And it could be because you sometimes get so caught up in your feels of what you want, need, and desire that it sort of drowns out what your person is saying. And then you might set unrealistic expectations for the connection because you assume that your partner wants what you want, when in reality they don't. And they may have conveyed that in small ways to you, but you weren't really sitting back and listening. And therefore you were assuming that you both wanted the same thing. The too much work card here as a secondary card is amazing, because I feel like for those of you where you're resonating with card number one, with the first message that came out, because you might not be realizing or acknowledging that you don't really listen to your partner, or you don't ask your partner or inquire with your partner about what their wants, needs, and desires are, as the relationship starts to fall apart, you start to think to yourself, relationships are too much work. I go from one unsuccessful relationship to another. And really, it's an excuse you're making. It's an excuse you're making because the fact of the matter is, and again, only take it if it resonates. Remember, it's a trigger warning, so don't get upset at me. But for some of you, it's like you're blaming the person for the relationship not working. Meanwhile, there have been signs that the relationship isn't working. Like your person has tried to subtly tell you, but because you're so consumed with what you want, you're not really hearing your person well. If you're resonating with that, hang in there with me. We'll see what comes out in tarot. But that's basically the group, not every Capricorn, but that's the group of Capricorns. And look, if that's what you've done in the past, it's okay. This is an opportune time for you to fix it. So you can show up in a current relationship as a better partner, or your next relationship. You can be more attentive to what your person is trying to communicate with you about their wants and needs. I remember when, I'll tell you a quick story. When I got when I separated from my husband 4.5 years ago, we've since legally divorced. And I called my dad to tell my father that I was divorcing Tony. My dad at first was pretty upset because he and my mom had divorced. My dad actually had 3 divorces in his life. So I guess he was hoping like I wouldn't end up in a marriage. I wouldn't be in a marriage that ended in divorce. It's like he wanted better for me or whatever. I understand that. But as we talked about it over the past 4.5 years, he said to me, why did you really leave him? And I said, he didn't really hear me, Dad. Like there were times throughout the marriage where I was saying, but I really need this from you. And not just because I'm trying to control you or trying to alter you, but I need affection from my partner. I don't want to live with a roommate. And I think he was so content with where we were after 24 years that he became complacent. But I still needed that spark from the beginning of the marriage that I remembered so fondly. I was so nostalgic for, and I craved it and I needed it from him. And it would escalate into arguments. And then I would be like, forget it. It's too much work, right? I'm not going to argue with someone after 2 decades. They should know. And I said, I just felt really neglected, Dad. And after a while, I just thought, you know what? It's better to be on my own than to be in a marriage where I'm sleeping in a bedroom on the opposite side of the house for the last 4 years. That's where I was at that point in my marriage. My dad got really quiet. He lives in Florida. I thought maybe the cell service dropped or something. And I was like, Dad, are you there? And he said, me too. And I said, what does that mean?
And he took a big deep breath and he said, when I had the affair on your mom, and I'm not blaming her, he goes, but my dad, and now you're talking 30 years later, right? This is him in hindsight looking back. My dad felt like my mom should have known after all their time together, 20 some odd years, that he was suffering and that he needed affection and unconditional love from her and intimacy and all of those things. And because my mom was going through, whatever womanly changes she was going through or whatever she was dealing with in her life, she was withdrawing and retracting. At the same time, my dad really needed her. He had lost his, second parent, and that was traumatic for him. Other things were going on in his life professionally and opening up a new business and lots of stresses and strain and all of that. And so he expected her. And he said, my dad didn't use the word subtle, but basically what he was conveying to me was, I tried telling her in little ways and big ways. And when she didn't, I just kind of gave up. I just thought it's too much work. And he said, I made a mistake. Instead of leaving the marriage instead of fixing the marriage or leaving the marriage, I went and had an affair, which resulted in the marriage ending. So my dad was acknowledging his role in the failure of, his marriage to my mom. But at the same time, he was acknowledging that I was trying to tell her what was wrong and what I needed. And because she wasn't in tune with listening to me or picking up those subtleties, I then felt like this is too much work. And when the opportunity presented itself for me to feel unconditional love, I went towards it like a moth to a flame. And he recognizes that was the wrong thing to do. Again, hindsight is 20/20, but he was trying to relay to me that he understood, even though in the beginning he was upset about me ending my marriage, I guess upon reflection understood. And then he said to me, well, I'm glad you didn't have an affair. And he kind of laughed. He said, you did the right thing. And I was like, thanks, Dad. Because you can only sit there and feel ignored by your partner for so long until then you feel like it's too much work and you throw your hands up. And when you have two people in a relationship for their own respective reasons have thrown their hands up, relationship isn't going to move much further, is it? Certainly not going to improve. So I'm not blaming you, Capricorn, if you've had any relationships in the past where there was infidelity. That's not the point of me sharing the story with my dad and me leaving my marriage. What I was saying was there's a need here in a current connection, or for those of you who are single, in a future connection, to really sit back and listen and have open and honest dialogue conversations with your person to make sure that at all times during the connection, you're both on the same page. And if one of you ever feels like this is becoming too much work, that's our call to time out and work and fix on this before it really becomes too much. And one of us either does something we regret or we end up leaving what could be a very beautiful connection, but we end up either stepping out on it or walking away from it because the neglect becomes too much work after so many years to address. So definitely a need here for more communication between you and a current partner or a future partner. I know it gets heavy. I'm sorry. Let's tap into your relationship now. Capricorn Collective, please. Past, current, or future relationship for the Capricorn Collective. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have, my love, self-limiting beliefs. Negative thoughts are creating a roadblock in your life. And bottom of the deck, we have boundaries. Know when to put up and let down your walls. Interesting. Let's get into tarot now. So some of you have these self-limiting beliefs, or you have negative thoughts, and maybe you have negative thoughts about love because you were in connections where you felt like they were too much work, or maybe some of you are divorced or you're going through a divorce and you have this idea that you don't want to risk making your heart vulnerable to someone again, because at the end of the day, it just ends up being too much, and one of you ends up walking away. And if you're resonating with that message, this card is telling you
to find a way to remove that roadblock from your thinking, because then you're already predisposed. When you're entering a new connection, you're already predisposed to the thinking, to the self-limiting belief, this relationship is doomed to fail, because no matter how great it is right now, at some point it will become too much. So definitely a need here for you to enter relationships or exist in relationships with a more positive positive outlook of the possibility or the potential of the connection. And you can, you can be in a relationship and have healthy boundaries, but if you put your walls up too high because of past hurts in relationships you felt were too much work and you had to walk away from them, or your person walked away from you, whatever it was, you might be coming now into a new relationship with so much pain and trauma from the past that you have these really high boundaries because of the self-limiting beliefs that everyone's going to screw you over the way that person did, or every relationship is going to end up the way that relationship did, or those past relationships, right, plural for some of you, did. And so there's a need here for you to find a balance between having healthy boundaries, but not having boundaries, these walls that are so high within yourself that one, you're like, it's almost like the relationship is doomed to fail because you're not even allowing yourself to be vulnerable enough to see the potential in the connection. Like from day one, you're judging it based on past hurts. For others of you, your walls are so high because of a past connection where you felt like your person didn't hear you, your wants and needs, or you felt neglected, that now your walls are so high that you're like, if I don't get exactly what I want, I'm out. And that's self-defeating prophecy as well, right? Because again, you're entering a relationship or existing in a relationship with a negative mindset. And by putting those walls up so high and only being focused on your own wants and needs, you're not listening to what your partner needs. So a couple of different messages here for the Capricorn collective, but a need to have boundaries, but healthy boundaries. Boundaries that don't become obstacles or that aren't obstacles. There's a need here for you to have more of a positive thought process during the course of your intimate relationship, so you're not judging your person on hurts from the past. And there's definitely a need here for you to have more Ace of Sword kind of conversations with your person, these open and honest conversations where you and they feel vulnerable and safe enough to be able to effectively communicate their wants, needs, and desires to the other, and really hearing one another in what you're conveying or saying to each other. 6 cards, please, for the Capricorn collective. Okay. First card that came out, my dear, is the 6 of Pentacles. So the too much card, very interesting, especially the artwork depiction on it, was the 6 of Pentacles. Too much work is clarified by the 4 of Cups. Oh my God, I can't believe these cards. Self-limiting beliefs, judgment, and boundaries is clarified by the Fool card. Okay. What's headed your way, my love, in the near future? 3 of Swords and the King of Swords. I actually like that for you. Bottom of the deck, I have 2 of Swords to the 4 of Swords. 2 and 4 is 6. 6 Swords is moving into clearer waters after you learn some kind of Page of Swords information here. So let's begin to unpack all this. Oh yeah, followed by the Death card and the 2 of Cups. This is beautiful. I'm taking all of these for you. And then even that Hierophant card back there. Oh, and the 3 of Cups. You have a beautiful... You're either in a beautiful connection that will continue to blossom and maybe even go to a higher level of commitment. If you're identifying with any of these messages and you're able to course correct them and move in a new direction with that Fool card, your current relationship could really blossom into something spectacular. For others of you where you're single, if you can change some of these these thoughts or habits that you have, the ones you identify with, of course, then you have a beautiful new soul connection coming in your future. So let's begin to unpack this. The too much card. maybe telling too much about yourself right off the bat and not really listening to your counterparts' wants, needs, and desires or aspirations for a connection. And then in that respect, you could be like assuming and setting these expectations, right, that they want the same thing you do. And for those of you in long-term connections, there's a need here for you to open up and really have an honest dialogue with your person about what they want and need, because you might be too focused on what you want and need. So that Six of Pentacles card is so interesting because we have Three of Pentacles and Two of Pentacles. I feel like the Three of Pentacles is you on this side of the card, and the Two of Pentacles is your person. It's like you're more focused on what you want and need out of the investment being this connection, than you are about your persons. In fact, the Merchant in this card has their back turned to the other individual. So it's almost like you're happy getting what you're getting and maybe not really in tune with what your person needs to receive. The too much card is being clarified by the Four of Cups. So yeah, once this starts to go downhill, because you or your person aren't really listening to one another about what you want, need, and desire in the connection, one of you decides it's too much work and they reject the other. They become cold. They fall into a state of apathy. This is a state of, I don't really know if I want this cup. I'm not totally outright rejecting it, but I'm also not totally accepting it either. I'm just going to let it linger and sit. Kind of how I lingered and sat for 4 years at the end of my marriage, right? He didn't accept me or reject me. He just let me sit until I got to a point where I thought, this is too much, and I left. And so for some of you, there's a need here for you to recognize that pattern in a current connection or past connections that you've had. The self-limiting beliefs, the Judgment card. The Judgment card talks about looking inward, doing what's right by you. And I feel like this inner calling is, there's a need here for some of you, if you're resonating with either of these messages or maybe both, I don't know. But there's an ability here, or an opportunity, I should say, for you to rebirth yourself with that Judgment card and have a more, like, eliminate the self-limiting beliefs you may have when it comes to connections, or that every person is going to wrong you or screw you over like a past person did. There's a need here for you to heal. First recognize and then heal that. And what I like about this deck is that there's like this beautiful star on it. So I feel like it's very healing for you to convert negative thoughts about your romantic relationship into more positive ones. So maybe not judge your person based on things they've done in the past, right? If you're like reconciling with them, or to not judge them based on experiences you had with other connections, which ended up, ending. The boundaries to the Fool card I like, because the Fool card, I always say, is a calculated risk taker in the upright. And I know a lot of people say they're just leaping off the ledge, but really they're not. Because the Fool card is the first card in the Major Arcana card. And when at birth, you're starting at 0. But throughout life, you go from 0 to world, and then 0 again to world, and 0 again to world. So the only time you really are starting a new chapter of your life completely like blind with no experience is at birth. That's the only time you truly are a 0 in terms of life experience. Not that babies are a 0. Please don't drop hate comments below for me. That's not what I meant. But that's the only time that you're starting life or a chapter of your life with 0 knowledge. And that's why the Fool card is a 0, has a 0 number to it. Every other life change you make, you went from Fool to world before you got to Fool again. So I feel like this calculated risk is coming with a whole host of life experience that you have. I feel like you can have a new beginning in an existing connection, or if you're single, a new beginning in a love connection by learning from these lessons of the past and then learning what healthy boundaries really are. If you can do all that, there's a way for you to look at heartbreak in a way where you're very clear-minded. You're not nostalgic about it. You're not looking at past hurts and traumas through rose-colored glasses. You're not putting people in the past who hurt you on pedestals and making them better than who they truly were. There's a need here for you to maybe acknowledge your role in some of your heartbreak, where maybe you were not attentive enough to your partner, or maybe you threw up your hands prematurely, or you entered a connection with a negative thought already based on a past experience because you weren't fully healed. And so in that respect, it kind of became this self-fulfilling prophecy. So there's a need here for you to look at this in a very non-emotional, clear and concise manner with absolute clarity to identify the role you played. Not that you have 100% of ownership of it. It's not what I'm saying. But it takes two people to make a relationship, and it takes two people to break it. And I feel like if you're willing to go through this healing journey, then you are able to look back at connections that failed and say, what was truly my role in that, and to own it. And to own it. If you're able to do that and transform the way you exist in a relationship, the thoughts you have about your partner, not judging them on past relationships, or if you're reconnecting with them and you're saying, I forgive you, let's start over, you truly are forgiving them. Not that you're, every time they do something you don't like, you're kind of looking over their shoulder to see if they did what they did in the past. That's not really true forgiveness. So regardless of which message or how many messages here are resonating with you, if you're able to learn something new, learn a new way to exist in a connection, either your current connection you're in will transform beautifully. Death card to the Two of Cups, to the Hierophant, to the Three of Cups is beautiful energy. This is almost like going to the next level. This is like celebration, engagement, marriage, and then like the wedding party or honeymoon. Like there's like a full trajectory here of how a current relationship can go, or even the next relationship. But it's going to require you to move into calmer waters. And the only way you'll be able to do that is to take a time out. And I'm not saying leave your partner. I mean a mental time out to really sit back and reflect. How did I block past connections from blossoming? What was my role in those past connections failing? What did I learn from those past connections? What did they teach me that now will enable me to be a better partner for my current person or a future person? I feel like if you can have this open and honest conversation with yourself, Capricorn, the sky's the limit when it comes to a current connection, or for those of you who are single, a future connection. But it takes the recognition of where maybe in the past you participated or contributed to the failure of past connections. That's what I have for you, my love, at this time. If none of those messages resonated with you, you are welcome to check one of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. But if you did find this message or these messages to be helpful or insightful in any way, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, Cappy, I'm wishing you a lot of luck with your journey, as well as light, love, and peace. Hello, Aquarius. Let's see what messages come through for you today. Now, this is not the typical relationship reading that I do. We're not looking at your feels and their feels and all the feels in between. This is a reading specifically for you to take a look at any relationship blocks or challenges that you face in your relationships, particularly your romantic ones, and to see what advice Spirit or Source has for you in regards to that. We'll also take a look at a current relationship, or if you're single, a future relationship. And again, we'll see what tarot uncovers for us. So for right now, let's tap into the Aquarius collective now. All placements for Aquarius. What are the relationship blocks or challenges for the Aquarius collective in respect to their romantic connections? One more shuffle. Thank you. Aquarius, we have too soon. And the bottom of the deck, we have too busy. Interesting. So for some of you, you get, and this is, I should have given a little bit of a trigger warning. Some of these readings have become really deep, and the intent of the messages are not the intent is not to insult you or make you feel bad. These are messages in the hopes that they will help you to become a better Aquarius. And in becoming a better version of yourself, you then can become a better version of yourself, or a better partner, I should say, in a current relationship, or for those of you who are single, in your next relationship or your future romantic connections. So a little bit of a trigger warning with that too soon card. That could mean that sometimes you are so in love with the idea of love that you may jump into relationships too quickly, or you pour your heart into them too quickly before you're able to really get to know the person. And I think it's because you're coming from a place, and again, only take the message if it resonates, but some of you come from a place of such purity and from a place that is so genuine of, I really want a long-term connection. And you kind of have in your head, have built a narrative, if you will, on how that love connection would be and the beautiful exchange between you and your counterpart, that as soon as you enter a relationship, you're sort of off to the races trying to make that idea or belief that you have or dream that you have like come to fruition. And in the past, you may look back now and recognize that there's a pattern that's, again, some of you, take it how it resonates, a pattern that some of you may have had in the past where you jumped into relationships too quickly. They moved too fast, too soon. Because of this, I don't want to call it desperate. It's not desperate, but out of this deep desire to have love and know love and experience love on the level that you wish to. And for some of you, if you're single, you may feel like all of these connections in the past that have ended have really left a scar on your heart, or multiple scars on your heart. But because you're failing to recognize your part, please don't get mad at me, I only work here. Because you may not recognize your part, that perhaps some of these connections or the endings of those connections or the hardship of those endings could have been avoided had you just seen from the beginning, without wearing rose-colored glasses, that you and your counterpart were not compatible to begin with. And you weren't so much in love with them, but more like the idea of being in love. And so for a lot of you where you have a scar or multiple scars on your heart right now, and you're single or you're becoming single, either now or in the future, while you're existing in singlehood, you might become so preoccupied with other distractions or responsibilities. And it's almost like you're making an excuse of like, well, I'm too busy for love right now. I'm too busy to date. I'm too busy to meet someone. It's like you're not making time to heal from a past connection or connections. And because you don't want to get hurt, it's almost like a defense mechanism that if I make myself too busy, then I'm not available for another love connection, which inevitably will go south and I'll end up getting hurt. So kind of like a twofold message here for some of you, learning from past mistakes that, that relationship I never should have even been in that relationship, right? I should have been more aware from the beginning that the two of us were not compatible. And I was just in a phase or stage of my life where I was in love with the idea of love. And I just rushed into one heartbreaking karmic connection after another. So there's message number one for the Aquarius collective. And just take them how they resonate, or if they do. And then the second message here for the Aquarius collective is, don't allow your heart to become so hardened from the failures of past connections, or maybe a current connection you're in, because we did see the change card has been coming up for you a lot in the past 3 weeks of your readings, that a large connection in your life, significant connection, could be coming to an end. Don't allow that to harden your heart so much that you close your heart chakra and you then become too busy with other responsibilities because you don't even want to think of love. So it's almost like it wasn't love's fault why those relationships didn't work out. Speaking of love, let's tap now into the Aquarius collective past, current, and future relationship for Aquarius additional messages. One more shuffle. Thank you. We have denial. And bottom of the deck, we have lovers. So I have a lot of downloads coming through for this, so please be patient for me. Again, only take the messages that resonate to you. Some of you are currently in denial that the current connection you're in is coming to an end. Even though intuitively or in your gut, you know it's coming to an end and that there needs to be an end to an unhealthy cycle in the connection, you're failing to accept that the situation is over. You're in denial. Like, no way this can be happening to me again, right? It's just, there's just no way. Another message I'm receiving for some of you is that you may be in denial that either a connection in the past or a current connection you're in keeps repeating the same karmic cycle because there's something unhealthy or toxic about this reoccurring cycle. There's some kind of addiction here. And it's very easy when we're in connections that have failed or are failing to point every finger at the opposing party, right? At our counterpart. But the fact here is that it takes two to make a relationship and it takes two to break a relationship. And some of you are in denial of your part of how or why a relationship in the past or a current relationship is coming to an end. It's like you may want to blame it all on your person as opposed to maybe looking inward towards yourself and seeing, well, where did I go wrong? And maybe for some of you where you went wrong was you became too serious too soon. For others of you, you may have had a pretty significant relationship in the past or a current relationship or a current relationship is ending because you didn't make enough time for your partner, because you stayed too busy. Maybe there were issues that began to creep up in the connection, but because you're so busy, I shouldn't say so busy, because you're so consumed with the idea of being in love just to be in love, that you don't want to notice the red flags or address them. So what you did was you became too busy within the connection, and therefore you didn't make enough time for your partner or make enough time to address the issues that were occurring when they were occurring. Almost like I'm going to bury my head in the sand and be busy with all this other stuff because I really love this person and this has to be the one because that one failed and that one failed and that one failed before. So this one has to work. And I'm noticing red flags and I'm noticing issues, but I don't want to address them. So I'm going to consume myself with other responsibilities and everything else will just kind of level out as we go. So there could be some denial on that also. For some of you, you are attracted to a personality. It's like the same karmic lesson in a different meat suit. And that's because your karmic lesson is not being learned. Again, because you may be focusing or putting all the blame of the failed connection on the person, as opposed to seeing your role of why do I continue attracting an individual like this. And then I have the Lover's card here. The Lover's card talks about a passionate connection and an individual who shares the same vision and values as you do. Some of you have been unable to achieve that type of divine, unconditional love within a romantic partnership because you kind of you're either not learning from a lesson in the past that keeps being repeated, or you're not noticing your own unhealthy cycle or a toxic trait or something like that in a connection, or you don't make enough time for your partner, especially when you start to see the red flags, you don't want to address them, or maybe for others of you, you jump into a relationship too soon, and then you don't invest enough time to build that Three of Pentacles kind of foundation to a relationship, and before you know, you're sitting in an ivory tower that is completely crumbling beneath your feet. And those things, falling in love too soon, falling in love with someone and committing to them before you know them fully, not making enough time for your partner, not healing from a loss and making time to heal, or maybe being in denial about your contributions to the failure of a relationship, all of those blocks, whether you can resonate with one of them, two of them, or all of them, it's a block or blocks in you actually finding your divine counterpart. So it's like you go from one soulmate connection or karmic connection to another, never really achieving the divine love, which you so desperately want at the core of you. It's kind of why you're going from relationship to relationships, or maybe you don't go to relationship so quickly, but when you enter a relationship, you fall in love so quickly because this has been so elusive to you. But it's so elusive to you because you have blocks here within yourself that you're not working on. Let's get a 6-card spread now, please. I told you we're going to go deep on this, right? So don't get mad at me if they're not resonating. But I think if you're open with yourself and not in denial, you're getting an intuitive nudge right now saying she's right about this or this or this. Let's get a 6-card spread now, please, for the Aquarius collective regarding their romantic relationships. 6-card spread now, please, for Aquarius. All placements, please, regarding their romantic connection. One more shuffle. Thank you. The too soon card is being clarified by the Knight of Pentacles. The too busy card is being clarified by the Four of Cups. The denial card is being clarified by the Four of Swords. And the Lover's card is being clarified by the Eight of Swords. In your near future, the Five of Wands and the Four of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have a Queen of Swords, Page of Swords, and the Ten of Cups. After heartbreak. So let's get into these one by one, okay? For the too soon, where you might get too serious too soon and you really need to get to know the other individual before committing fully, ironically, that's clarified by the Knight of Pentacles, the slowest knight in tarot, but the most efficient, the most methodical, the one who gets it right? Because they stay on path and on course. Slow and steady wins the race. So there's a need here for you in your love connections in the future to go at a slower, steadier pace and really get to know the individual before you invest too much in them. The too busy card, which has two different messages, both messages are clarified by the Four of Cups. So some of you, if you're single now, or maybe you can look back and say, oh yeah, I had long spans of being single in between my connections that ended. And I filled those gaps up or those voids of time up with being too busy, because the reality is I really was just too afraid of getting hurt. So in that respect, yeah, when a relationship ends, you get so busy focused on other responsibilities that could be represented here by the Three of Cups, that when a new love offer comes in, you don't even want to look at it. And the fact is, you're not really focusing on the heartbreak from the past connection. You're just trying to stay preoccupied so you don't have to jump back into love again, even though at the end of the day, it's truly what you want. For others of you where you're resonating with the second message here, where maybe you don't make time for your partner and hearing their wants and needs and desires, because maybe the minute you start seeing the red flags, you sort of bury your head in the sand and hope it all goes away. Then that would be the Lovers. That would be the Lovers card. That would be the Four of Cups card here as well, where I'm going to focus on all these other distractions, because the truth of what's happening with this Cup of Love, this Ace of Cups, I'm not even going to pay attention to. I'm burying my head in the sand, focusing on this stuff. This will be okay once I decide to pay attention to it again. Like, it'll fix itself out. The Denial card is being clarified by the Four of Swords. I feel like this is healing here that is needed. There's healing here within you that's needed. For those of you currently in a connection that's ending, you really need to accept that it's coming to an end. On the wall are 3 swords. That's heartbreak. This was a karmic connection or a soulmate connection with a valuable lesson. You are leaving the connection with the Ace of Swords, which is a sword of truth, which is more knowledge moving forward. But some of you are in denial that it's even coming to an end, that the 3 of Swords even exist. For others of you, you need to take the time to heal from, identify and heal from your contributions to why connections in the past have ended. because some of you have may just blamed it 100% on the counterpart. And you really need to sit and reflect in the state of the Four of Swords, which kind of is the minor arcana card to the Hermit, and really do some introspection and soul searching to not be in denial about your participation or contribution to a relationship or relationships ending in your life. For some of you, you could be experiencing unhealthy cycles or toxic behaviors in your life that are a pattern from past traumas, past relationships, maybe even childhood traumas. And in that respect, there's a need to heal those wounds as well. The Lover's card is clarified by the Eight of Swords. I feel like as much as you want love, you get so caught up in your head when you think about it, almost like you don't really think it exists. There's almost like a denial that that type of divine love even exists. I do see in your near future, for some of you, that Five of Wands, if you're single, this is an internal conflict. But I think it's for those of you that actually go on this soul-searching journey to recognize it's like an internal conflict here of, yeah, I did get into that too soon, or I didn't make time, or I didn't acknowledge the red flags. And so in that respect, there could be this internal conflict within you. For others of you, you're in a connection now that's ending, and there's a lot of back and forth, bickering and fighting over it. And in that respect, I feel like you and your counterpart have two very different ideas about what the Four of Wands is. Some of you want to fight to keep the connection because you just don't want to believe, you're in denial that you're experiencing another failed love connection. So it's almost like I want to fight to keep this, even though it's really not the Four of Wands. But there's a party that's like, but it just has to be. I have not clarified any of the other readings, but I'm going to clarify this Four of Wands for you. I feel like there's another message here. Thank you. The Tower. There will be a realization at some point, and maybe it's from watching this reading, I don't know. But there will be probably this week, some type of realization within you that you and your person do not share the same vision or goals or values when it comes to happiness in a long-term connection. For some of you, if you're married, and I have no indication here that you could be, but if you're married, some of you may be asking for a divorce and turning your back on the marriage, Three of Wands, and now looking into the future. For some of you, you are in a third-party situation. I have Three Cups here that this person laments while they're ignoring the Fourth Cup. I have Three Swords on the wall. I have the Ten of Cups. I have the Lover's card, which could be a choice. And then I had the Three of Swords at the bottom of the deck before. For some of you, as much as you have fought to keep this marriage, you're having a realization this week that there's no way you can keep it and this other person, this divine counterpart. And so it's a sudden realization that you're ending this to move towards this. If you know it exists, this person's waiting for you. If you don't know it exists, this person's on path for you. But either way, it's a sudden realization that this is no longer it. That's this Ace of Cups that you keep rejecting here in the Four of Cups card is not the Ten of Cups. So it's a realization that it never will be, whether you have someone else or not. Tell me a little bit more about the Tower. We're going to clarify the clarifier now. One more shuffle. Thank you. The Tower is being clarified by the Nine of Wands, the Knight of Cups, and the Ace of Swords. Bottom of the deck, King of Swords, Queen of Swords. For some of you, you have another person to the Fool card that you're taking a risk to move towards. You might be leaving a Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, or a Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces in order to offer your love to someone else. Could be another air sign or an Aries. But it's saying, I have exhausted all of my resources here that I could have. I have this other connection. And before this person turns their back on me, because the Queen of Swords has their back to this, before I lose that person, I need to take a risk and be with them. So for some of you, it could be another air sign or someone of any sign that you just communicate well. And then I also have at the bottom of the deck then the Minor Arcana card to the Fool card. So a couple of different messages there. We're all on different timelines. We all make different decisions in our life. So I hope that some of this was helpful for you. But yeah, and if you're entering this, either you know this person, this could be ending because you're moving towards this person, or this is ending and this person is on your path for, you know, a future relationship. Like right now, you're just going solo, because this actually is you, whether you're masculine or feminine, right? The King of Swords is Aquarian energy. So for some of you, you're just taking a risk to be single. And if in that respect, you do have most likely another air sign who really is your counterpart, your lovers, your divine counterpart. But it's going to require you to be alone for a little bit to heal from all of this. And for others of you, you're already turning your back to the Four of Wands because this person is waiting for you. And the realization this week is this is already dead and gone. Why am I holding on to it? I've been in denial over it. That's really the person I want to be with. I've been in denial of that, but that's where my Ten of Cups are. This is just simply my Four of Cups. So take all those messages, how they resonate, and only if they resonate to you. But whether that person's waiting for you or not, there's still a need here, whether they're your divine counterpart or not. There's still a need here for you to take the relationship really slow, to learn from these past failed connections, so you make time for your partner. You know, the King of Swords and Queen of Swords are two people that communicate, so there's no burying your heads in the sand. So it's acknowledging what is wrong in the connection, not denying it. And I feel like if you learn those lessons, whether you know this person or they're just on your future path, it is a divine connection. And I do feel that if you take it slow and you make time to effectively communicate with one another, there's absolutely no reason why you can't have the Ten of Cups. That's what I have for you, Aquarius. Take those messages if they resonate to you and how they resonate to you. If they didn't resonate at all, you're welcome to check one of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. But if they did, I will appreciate a like, share, and subscribe. And until I read for you again, my dear, I'm wishing you a lot of luck with this journey, as well as light, love, and peace. Hello, Pisces. This is a little bit of a trigger warning I have to give you because it's not the typical love reading that I do where we look at them and you and the shared feelings in the connection or their next steps or anything like that. This love reading is for you. We're going to take a look at your relationship blocks and challenges in your relationships, particularly your romantic connections. Get advice for you on how you can heal those wounds or heal those issues so you can not only be a happier Pisces for yourself, but you can also show up in a current or maybe even future connection as a better version of yourself or like a stronger partner. We will take a look at relationships. For some of you, these messages might correlate or resonate with a past relationship. For others of you, it's what you're currently going through. And if you're completely single, there'll be lessons there for you in respect to your next relationship. So with all those trigger warnings now out of the way, let's tap into your energy. Tapping into the Piscean collective now in respect to their romantic relationship. All placements now, please, for Pisces. What are the blocks and challenges for Pisces? One more shuffle. Thank you. We have giving too much. And bottom of the deck, we have demanding. Some of you become very quickly depleted in your romantic connections. because you give more to your partner than you give to yourself. Now, there could be a fear of abandonment here. That's an underlining energy. Let's see what's at the bottom of the deck. Oh, lone wolf. So some of you could be afraid to be alone, maybe because you've been alone in the past. This could go back to childhood wounds. I don't know. It's different for all of you. But some of you have a fear of not wanting to be the lone wolf, not wanting to be alone. And so you kind of stick your head in the sand when your partner's, you start seeing the red flags, but you're like, I don't really want to look at it, because if I look at it, I have to address it. And if I have to address it, I might have to leave it. And so I'd rather just give them more. I'll just put more into the relationship. It'll fix it. It'll fix them. And by doing that, if you think of love in terms of tarot, like pentacles, pentacles represent anything that's of value to you. Your time, your money, your love, your energy. So it's almost like you become the Six of Pentacles kind of in tarot, where it's like, I'm going to give 3 to my partner and 2 somewhere else, other responsibilities, children, whatever. And if you ever notice on the card, there's only 1 pentacle over the merchant's head. And I'm just going to keep 1 for myself. But if you keep, the next time you go to do that, you're starting off with only 1 pentacle, because you already gave out 5. And if you're not replenishing that pentacle, you have no more to give. I hope I was able to convey that message. And therefore you become depleted, like the well runs dry. So there's a need here for the Piscean collective to learn how to replenish their own cup. I think I had that message for you about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And whether it's in this connection or a future connection, there's a need here for you to strike a balance between what you give in a connection and what you give to yourself. But there's also a need here for you to be in a balanced connection where your partner is giving you that reciprocity. So if you're giving them 3 pentacles, they're giving you 3 pentacles. Then you can continually have this even exchange of 3 pentacles for each of you. But if you're the only one giving, you'll end up giving too much and becoming completely depleted. For some of you, secondary message. Please don't get mad at me for saying this. I only work here. And if it's not your message, it's just not your message. We'll see what else comes out in the cards. Some of you, you give so much to your connections and you get so frustrated with the little you receive in return that it starts to build up resentment and bitterness within you. And then you begin demanding stuff from your person. Again, instead of addressing your wants, needs, and desires and what they're not really giving you, you bury that, you pour even more into them. They're still not reciprocating. The resentment starts to build. Meanwhile, you're like, well, I'm just going to have to give more and I'm going to have to give more. And then there's a part of you that gets angry. And that anger, you know, is a sliding scale. For some of you, it's more of passive aggressive. For others of you, you get really effing angry. And it's almost like then you start setting impossible standards for your partner. But it's all rooted in frustration, which is rooted in bitterness and resentment, because you started off giving them too much and they just kind of took advantage of it and never gave you anything back. See what I'm saying? So it becomes a vicious cycle here. So there's a need here in your romantic connections to strike a balance between what you give your partner versus what you give yourself. Also need here to make sure that you're always effectively communicating. There's always that channel of communication or effective communication between you and your partner. So they're giving you what you give them, vice versa. And therefore, you don't become so intolerant that you then become demanding. Because I have a feeling, I'm talking to someone who's watching this, that your partner has accused you of being too demanding or a dictator or something to that effect. And that's because they're just seeing you in that state and not really understanding everything that took place emotionally and psychologically for you that got you to that state. So I'm not excusing them. I'm not blaming you, but we're not really looking at them. We're looking at you, right? To see how you can be a better Piscean for yourself and them, or future connection if you're leaving them, which we've seen in some of your readings that you are. For others of you, I don't know if this is a childhood wound. Oof, this is heavy. Some of you enter relationships with very demanding partners because for some reason you have resonated that, you have connected that to love. Like, if my partner really needs a lot from me, then that means they must love me because they can't fulfill that need or those needs anywhere else. So they need me. But some of you are or have been in relationships with someone who really is like a dictator. They really are demanding of you. And in that respect, there needs to be a refocus or a realignment here for you, that in your future connections, it's almost like you have to, between exiting this relationship, or maybe you're single, and the next relationship, there's a need here for you to disconnect from the thought or a belief that love is demanding. That someone who puts that type of demand on you, you're responsible for paying all of the bills. It's your responsibility. It's your responsibility to make breakfast every morning, or it's your responsibility to clean this house. There's no shared. Whatever it is that they demand of you, they don't actually actively participate in it. It becomes solely your responsibility. But some of you, because of past traumas, either from adult relationships or childhood, you correlate that with love. And so you end up with some very aggressive partners. So there's a need to heal that wound so you don't end up in another karmic connection like the one you're leaving or maybe experienced in the past. Let's tap into your love energy now, please, for the Piscean collective. What can you tell me about their past, current, or future love relationship for Pisces? For the Piscean collective, please, all placements for Pisces. One more shuffle. We have realignment. Oh my God, I said you might have to undergo a realignment. Realignment. Shift your perspective to gain a sense of clarity. Bottom of the deck, declutter. Let go of old thought patterns. Whoa. Resolving issues, solving inner conflict, and heal past trauma. All right, obviously not going to resonate for every single Piscean on the planet. I get that, right? There's like 1 billion of you, or close to 800 million or something like that last time I looked. But anyway, yeah, there's a need here for you to look at these messages that I just gave you. And I think intuitively and internally, if any of those messages, or maybe several of them, resonated with you, you already knew it. That's why you're still watching this video and you're not pissed off at me right now. You already sat there saying, oh crap, she got my number. And it's not me, it's spirit. I'm just telling you the messages I'm receiving. It's definitely a need here for you to shift your perspective. One, I give way too much in connections out of a fear of being alone. Because at some point in my life, I was abandoned or made to feel abandoned. And I promised myself I would never feel that again. So now I'm going to overinvest even if it kills me. Figuratively speaking, of course. There's needs to be a shift in perspective. For others of you, I have a partner who's incredibly demanding of me, but I assume that that's love. And so because I've correlated that aggressive demanding energy as love, I'm going to give just to keep the love. Because again, there's a fear of abandonment here. And I don't care if it depletes me, but I'm going to be the one to be there for my person, like even if it kills me. There's a need to shift your perspective on that. For some of you, you're in connections where your partner just does not give you what you give them. And there needs to be a realization of that. There needs to be a sense of clarity and acceptance that you deserve equal reciprocity in a connection. There's a need here for you to declutter your thought process when it comes to your romantic relationships. I also want to say, with all this healing and realignment you need, I'm going to suggest you also declutter a space within your home in order to create like a sacred space. Like for me, it's the attic of my 1860 Victorian, which I've been working on this house on my own for 4.5 years. And some rooms are, you know, improved and some rooms aren't. But one of the first things I did, actually the first thing I did, was this attic, which was just hand-hewn beams at that time. And it was originally built for a church family in 1860. And so they lived here with their 4 children. And 2 of the kids had bedrooms up here, but it was just an open space with no walls, no plaster, no lath, nothing. The rest of the house is all plaster and lath, but not up here. And this also became like a hangout area for the kids. And I guess they would go into the eaves there, which I now have closed, and they would play and stuff. Actually, I call her Connie the Cornstalk, was made, I assume, by one of the children or someone, because I found it nailed to one of the hand-hewn beams here when I was renovating. And it's made from cornstalk, a little angel, and I just decided to keep it. I took it as an omen. But I created this space where I can come up here at the end of the day. This is where I decompress. I can watch TV. I have my computer work. I have my reading table. I could read a book here. I've got a stack of books there. I needed to create a space in this house that was for me. And I'm not saying you need to do something like this with your attic, but it could just be a corner of a room where you put a chair and a table by a window, and you say, this is my space. This is where I get to have coffee or tea away from the chaos of life or the family or the kids or the spouse or whatever, or the pets. And this is where every day I'm going to spend X amount of time in this sacred space that I'm creating for myself, like your own little sanctuary, even if it's just, like I said, a chair and a table by a window somewhere in your home. For others of you, there's a need here for you to leave this very demanding, oppressive partner because they've taken advantage of your kindness. And in that respect, the declutter card could mean that there's a need here for you to let go of old items in your home, like almost like begin to get ready to move or get ready to leave. Like it's almost like you can't take everything with you. For some of you, that could be a way for you to make money that'll contribute to your new start, is if you start to sell some things off now that you're not really using. So take all those messages how they resonate, and only if they resonate to you. Let's get into tarot now. For the Piscean collective, sorry for my voice. I always do you guys last, which I don't mind, because I always say that God saves the best for last, and I feel like that's why Pisces is there. It's almost like you were created after all the lessons from the 11 signs that precede you. I think that's why you're most intuitive, or more intuitive than the 11 signs that precede you. That's why I've always taken like the High Priestess card is you. Some tarot readers say it's Cancerian energy, but for me, I've always looked at it like it's Pisces. Anyway, but because you're last, when I do these long readings, I start losing my voice right around Scorpio, Sagittarius, and by the time I get to you, I sound like I just smoked 10 packs of cigarettes a day for the last 50 years of my life. So I apologize for the voice. I need 6 cards now, please, for the Piscean collective regarding their romantic relationship. 6 cards now, please, for Pisces, all placements. One more shuffle. Thank you. The giving too much card is being clarified by the 7 of Cups. The demanding card is being clarified by the Magician. Realignment is being clarified by the Death card. Well, there's your transformation, baby. Declutter is being clarified by the 10 of Wands, dropping the burdens. Very nice. And what's coming up in the near future for you? The Sun, the happiest card in the deck, and the 7 of Pentacles, which in this deck has beautiful imagery. Bottom of the deck, 3 of Swords. 3 of Swords, Queen of Swords, and then Judgment. So, 8 of Swords. So the giving too much card, let's break it down one by one and then give you the overall message. So the giving too much card is clarified by the 7 of Cups, which is amazing because some of you, I don't think you've realized or you're not realizing, maybe this reading will help you realize how much you give or have given, like how much you've given to crappy relationships or crappy partners, or how much you're currently giving to one. And you might be in a state of illusion or confusion or delusion. My three least favorite illusions in the English language, I always say, is that Seven of Cups card. It might be because you blame yourself for the connection not working. And I think it's because you're confused and not recognizing it's because the balance is the balance of the connection is off, because you either have a partner who's too demanding, you have a partner that relies too much on you, you have a partner that's immature and does not know how to reciprocate, or you have a manipulative partner, because the demanding card is being clarified by the Magician. So there's a need here for you to break through the confusion and realize you are giving way too much, and you giving more, it will not salvage this connection or any connection, platonic or romantic. So there's a need here for you to get out of your head about everything that went wrong and what was your fault and what was theirs. And I don't know your particular story, and I'm not saying every Pisces is perfect and every counterpart to a Pisces is the devil or manipulative. That's not what I'm saying, but I've tapped into a group of Pisceans where your biggest downfall is the inability to acknowledge that you think you could fix a relationship by giving more of yourself to it, as opposed to expecting more from your person. And by more, I just mean equal reciprocity. And some of you may not know why you do it, right? You could be confused. You could be like, okay, Jen, I know why I do. I know that I do it. I've acknowledged it. I just don't know why. Might have to look at some abandonment issues. Did you have a single parent household? Did you have a parent that came in and out of your life? Whether they were too busy with work, or maybe there was a divorce or separation. Maybe your parents were never married. For others of you, maybe you're adopted or you grew up in foster care. There's nothing wrong with that. But you could have some deep internal wounds from the feeling of abandonment from a biological parent or parents. Maybe there was a parent-child reversal. I forgot who else I said this to. Maybe it was Sag. At some point you woke up at 9 or 10 years old, or however old, and suddenly you had to be the parent in a relationship, again, for whatever reason. Raising yourself, helping with household chores that really someone of your age shouldn't have been doing, or raising your siblings. But I feel like for a lot of you, you have to cut through the confusion and figure out, because it's different for all of you, why do you give too much in a connection? And why are you so afraid of being alone? Because there's stark contrast between being alone and being lonely. I'm alone. I've been on and off with my person for a little over 4 years. And right now we're on, and it's fantastic. And I get my flowers. But I like my independence. And I always hear from my mom, like, well, when are the two of you going to get married? Or I was in a 24-year marriage. I'm not interested in getting married right now. I'm not opposed to it in the future. And she's like, well, aren't you lonely? Or I'll say, he's working tonight. Like tonight he's not here. And I spoke to her earlier, and she'll be like, oh, you're going to eat dinner alone? Yeah, I'm not lonely. I really like my independence. I like being able to eat ice cream for dinner when I want. I like a slice of cold pizza if I want out of the fridge for breakfast. I like that. I couldn't do that while I was married. I had to prepare meals and help raise his kids. And I don't regret any of that. I don't begrudge those experiences. But now I kind of get to live for myself. So at 50 years old, I've learned in the last 4.5 years that there's a big difference between being alone and lonely. And I really like being alone. Even though I'm in a partnership, I'm very independent within it. I think there's a need here for you to understand the difference between being alone and lonely. Some of you stay in this connection, or have stayed in connections in the past which were tremendously detrimental to you, but you stayed out of a fear of being alone. Too confused. What do I do? 7 of Cups. How do I do it alone? Demanding to the Magician. Some of you have had partners, or you currently are in a relationship where your person manipulates you. I mean, some could be outright aggressive, right? gives me the vibe of like Emperor in the reverse or King of Wands in the reverse. Like that temperamental attitude. I want what I want right now. Like, I want an Oompa Loompa, daddy. But for some of you, this person's covert. It's almost like a covert narcissist energy I'm getting. They know how to manipulate you to get you to do what they want. Guilt, play the victim, shame you, make you feel like you're not doing enough. Maybe they're the breadwinner, but you're just at home raising the kids. Why are you so tired at the end of the day? Fetch me my dinner type of thing. There needs to be, well, there's a need, I mean, you have the divine gift of free will, but for those of you who these messages are resonating, there's a need here for you to realign yourself and transform who you are. And Scorpio season is the prime time to do it. I'm not telling you to immediately leave this person. A lot of you need to make plans to leave. We've seen that in your readings. Some of you are single, but you still need a realignment before you get into a new connection. There needs to be a transformation of who you are, what a balanced connection looks like, the healing of old wounds or childhood wounds. And then that declutter to the 10 of Wands. Yeah, some of you, it's decluttering a space within your home that becomes your own little sanctuary. Again, doesn't have to be the attic. Could be just a corner of your room. It's just for you. Put a chair in the corner of your bedroom. That's just for me. Some of you need to release the burdens of the past by actually starting, if you're leaving this connection, there's items you can let go of to sell to relieve you of the financial burden so you can exit it a little bit better. But where you're headed is the sun. If you're able to do this, right? To undergo this transformation, to see past connections for who and what they, or past partners for who and what they truly are, to understand your faults, because it is part your fault, and that's huge acceptance there. But if you're able to do that, and say, this is where I went wrong, these were the red flags, I ignored them, I have to acknowledge that so I can transform. I have to see things with great clarity so I don't repeat those old mistakes. And like I said, for some of you, declutter a little space for yourself where you can have a sacred space. For others of you, you need to declutter and prepare to leave a residence. And in that respect, some of you could relieve the financial or ease the financial burden of leaving by selling some of those items for money. Whatever message or messages there resonate, I feel like if you get on the path, the timeline, because you can timeline jump at any time, all it takes is one decision. And the decision is, starting today, I'm going to transform my life and realign with my true purpose or what I truly want by looking at these hard truths and changing. Then I feel what comes for you is the sun and a life that you truly enjoy investing in. Whether you're going to ride it out alone for a bit, or you have someone else waiting for you, or you meet someone in the future, which you inevitably will. We've seen that in your readings. But it's enjoying life so much. Like in the 7 of Pentacles card, 7 of Pentacles in this deck, so different in this depiction. Because in the other depiction, like the Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot deck, there's a pentacle at the person's foot, and there's 6 pentacles in the bush or the tree, whatever. And they're kind of looking at it like, is the juice worth the squeeze? Do I want to keep investing in this? Will this ever become the 10 of Pentacles? Am I wasting my time? Or this is taking too long to grow. I'm getting frustrated. In this, it almost gives me the energy of, or the feeling here. First of all 7 pentacles are in the tree. I'm wholly invested in this. But this person is by themselves, holding a rod, the Ace of Rods, with their hands on their chest. Ace of Rods, hand on their chest, looking outward. It's such a, I wish you could see it. It's such a beautiful look on her face. I say her because there's a woman on the card. But there's such a look of content here. Like, I'm really enjoying, for the first time in a long time, investing in me. And I'm not afraid of having this passionate new beginning on my own. This is not a person who's lonely. I mean, they have a little dog in there too. It kind of reminds me of the dog from the original Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot deck. And maybe that's what it is for some of you. It's sort of like little Fool card energy here, right, with the dog. Like, you can take this leap to invest in yourself, whether you're currently in a connection, leaving a connection, or in between connections. It's okay to invest in yourself, and it's okay to be alone. There's great happiness to be found within yourself. It's time that you give the love you give to others to you. And to look at the heartbreak that you're currently going through or in the past, and stop wearing rose-colored glasses and making your partner or those partners out to be something they weren't. Truth, clarity, honesty. That's what the Queen of Swords is all about. This individual wields the Ace of Swords, the sword of truth. It's looking at it realistically. No rose-colored glasses. How did they contribute to this heartbreak? How did I contribute to this heartbreak? How do I make sure that I'm never that person again? Judgment. Listening to your inner calling, doing what's best and what's right for you and for your life. This is the resurrection, or potentially could be, the resurrection of a new Pisces. The way you operate in a relationship, the way you invest in a relationship, and the way you never lose yourself in a relationship again. I think if you can get out of your head long enough, Chariot to the Four of Wands, you have emotional victory in a connection coming. In the interim, you might be alone for some of you. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Take it from someone who's been there. So I feel like huge transformation here for you, but it's going to require you to take off the rose-colored glasses and look at your partner or past partners, past childhood traumas. This could go really deep for some of you. You know, Judgment to the Death card could be a little bit of a, it's not just hermit energy, soul searching. It could be a little dark night of the soul, depending on how deep those traumas are, if they go back to childhood for some of you. But if you can take the time to do that, and maybe that's why you need your own little sacred space where you can sit and contemplate, maybe journal, write your thoughts out on paper, then I think what comes for you is victory. And I think it comes in quicker than you realize, whether you stay in this connection. Because I'll tell you something, if you level up and know your worth, this person is going to leave your life. That doesn't mean you shouldn't level up, but be prepared that they're not going to be able to match your energy. And for someone who has been very demanding to you, or a covert narcissist, or they've taken advantage of you and they've depleted you or continue to deplete you, if you think suddenly you leveling up is going to make them a better partner, it is not. And if you don't end up and I don't advocate for people to leave connections. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying you need to level up for you, but you have to understand that that may come at the cost of this relationship. But then the cost of that relationship, the cost of that is a better relationship in the future. Once you declutter your life from the way you think, the way you operate, the way you give, and the way you just accept less. You should never accept less. That's your victory. That's what I have for you, Pisces. Deep, deep message. If it did not resonate with you at all, that's okay. You're welcome to check one of your other placements, Sun, Moon, Rising, as well as Venus. But if any of these messages did resonate, or you just found them to be insightful or helpful, please be sure to click like, share, and subscribe. And until I read it for you again, my love, I'm wishing you a lot of luck on your journey. And as always, I'm sending you light, love, and peace.